Chapter 823. This was also Yin Zhaoge's first time personally witnessing and coming into contact with the profound sky purple gold furnace. But just by looking at the cauldron, he knew that there was no mistake. This was one of the treasures of the Pill Hall of the heavenly court of the Divine Palace, the profound sky purple gold cauldron. Yin Zhaoge did not rush forward immediately. He looked around and did not say a word. After carefully observing that furnace for a moment longer, Yin Zhaoge let out a long breath, suppressing the greed within his heart as he instead retreating once more amidst the layers of purple clouds. "What? Is there a problem?" Feng Yinxing asked. Yin Zhaoge answered, "I can't be sure, but the situation looks a little strange. Let's be a little more cautious." Feng Yinsheng, Ahu, and Xiao Ai all looked curiously at the profound sky purple golden furnace. Although they were currently in the sea of purple clouds, they were still at the edge. Looking at the pill furnace from here, it could still be seen clearly, but looking out from the pill furnace, it would be hard to discover the position of Yin Zhaoge and the others. After looking for a while, Ahu scratched his head and said, "Young master, are you worried that there are other people here because of those newly concocted pills? But no matter how I look, there's no one else here. Even if there was someone who got here first, they should have already left. The precious furnace is still here." The surroundings of the pill furnace were enshrouded in mist, and the powerful yet restrained energy fluctuations still existed. Even those with extremely high cultivation would find it difficult to hide in such an environment. If they could really conceal themselves under such circumstances, the other party's cultivation base would be far from what Yin Zhaoge and the others could currently deal with. Whether or not they were cautious would no longer matter. That is only one aspect. Yin Zhaoge slowly shook his head, his gaze focused on the profound sky purple gold furnace. There were some things that only he could see. It was true that there was no enemy ambush in front of them, and there were no special defensive restrictions. The profound sky purple golden furnace's spirituality was restrained as if it was in a deep slumber, and it didn't have any offensive capabilities. However, the pill furnace before him gave Yin Zhaoge an extremely strange feeling. It was as if the furnace was still in the heavenly court's divine palace's pill hall and had never moved. However, the surrounding environment was clearly not the pill hall. Otherwise, it would be impossible for Yin Zhaoge not to recognize it. At first, Yin Zhaoge had even thought that it was a misconception on his part. However, even after confirming it a few times, that feeling still lingered, unceasingly warning Yin Zhaoge. Since it was not a misperception, Yin Zhaoge tried to find a reason for it. Still, he found nothing in the end. Not only did this not cause Yin Zhaoge to doubt his earlier judgment, instead caused him to be even more vigilant. Therefore, after careful consideration, Yin Zhaoge decided to wait and see, even if he had to give up his advantage over Fu Ting and the others completely for this. Right now, it was clearly not a matter of first come, first serve. While they did not understand, the others still chose to believe in Yin Zhaoge's judgment, calming their hearts and waiting patiently. After an unknown period of time, the purple sea of clouds on the other side suddenly fluctuated. A golden phoenix flapped its wings and flew out, arriving in front of the profound sky purple gold furnace. The phoenix silhouette dissipated, revealing Fu Ting and the others. When Fu Ting saw the profound sky purple golden furnace, her face also revealed an expression of joy and shock. But soon, the expression on her face changed to one of puzzlement, and then she looked around. The other ingenious flying peak martial practitioners also revealed puzzled expressions. Logically speaking, there should have been someone who had arrived here before them earlier. It was very likely that it was that strange Yin Zhaoge. Why was he nowhere to be seen? Yin Zhaoge and the others were situated amidst the purple sea of clouds, the myriad dragon palace retracting its seven-colored radiance as everything appeared ordinary and unremarkable. Fu Ting and the others were hard-pressed to discover their tracks. From the perspective of Fu Ting's group, there was only a dense purple sea of clouds all around them, not a single figure to be seen. The profound sky-purple gold furnace stood silently amidst the empty space before them, dense steam rising from its surface. No one was lying in ambush, nor were there any difficulties or obstacles that had to be broken through. There was no need for anyone to act as cannon fodder and open a path for them. That furnace also did not seem to have an owner, as it showed no intention of rejecting outsiders like them. Logically speaking, there was no such thing as the mantis stalking the cicada unaware of the oriole behind. Fu Ting hesitated somewhat for a time. If something happened to Yin Zhaoge and the others along the way, being trapped amidst the purple sea of clouds, it would be equivalent to them surpassing them, regaining the lead. If they hesitated now, it would be equivalent to wasting their time and chance. Their competitors were not just Yin Zhaoge's side. Still, if Yin Zhaoge had already arrived here before them, but had retreated for some unknown reason, they might very well have stepped on a landmine by recklessly approaching the pill furnace. Or perhaps he is worried that it will be difficult to leave after obtaining the pill furnace, thus intending to clear away our enemies before obtaining the treasure. Fu Ting frowned, scanning their surroundings. A seeing divinity martial saint beside her now said, "Just in case, I will go and obtain the treasure. Junior apprentice Sister Fu, you stay vigilant here. If something really happens, you will be able to react in time." He had good intentions, but Fu Ting could not bear for him to take the risk. If there really is danger, my chances of survival are the greatest. I should still go. Senior apprentice brother, you guys help me hold the fort. Having made up her mind, Fu Ting no longer hesitated as she approached the profound sky-purple gold furnace. Now, however, fluctuations suddenly emanated from the surrounding purple sea of clouds. Fu Ting halted, gazing back as she saw a virtually transparent, ethereal sword light shoot out from amidst the purple sea of clouds. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes slightly. After the sword light had ceased, the figures of a few people could be seen. Their leader was a girl who looked even younger than Fu Ting. She wore green clothes and had features that were like a painting. While she was not as dazzling as Fu Ting, she possessed a natural air of elegance. Being able to catch up within such a short period of time is not just due to the speed of movement techniques. Is it the spatial heavenly scripture or the immortal trapping sword manual? Fu Ting's gaze focused slightly. It looks more like the immortal trapping sword. Are you a descendant of the prime, clear lineage? That green-clothed girl first glanced at the profound sky-purple gold furnace before sighing in relief. It is good that we made it in time. She stared curiously at the furnace. This is the profound sky-purple gold furnace? After a while, this green-clothed girl turned to look at Fu Ting, smiling. I am indeed a descendant of the prime clear lineage. Who are you? Fu Ting said mildly. World beyond worlds, Kunlun Mountain's ingenious flying peaks, Red Lotus Cliff, Fu Ting. That green-clothed girl came to a realization, right? Father told me before that when encountering descendants of the Jade Clear and Grand Clear lineages, I have to report my name. She coughed dryly, straightening her expression as she said, Roving Jade Heavens, Green Duckweed Mountain's Minor White Peaks Spirit Leaf Cave, Gaoqing. After introducing herself, she blinked. Fu Ting. This name. Hearing this amidst the purple sea of clouds, Yin Zhaoge thought, the roving Jade Heaven should be the world where descendants of the prime, clear lineage reside. Purple Zoisha Cliff's roving Jade Palace was where the Tao Arena of the prime, clear lineage's founder, the Lord of Numinous Treasure, had been located. While there had always been a great debate as to whether it had been held on Golden Turtle Island, Punlai Island, or some other island, hearing the name, Roving Jade Heavens, it was unquestionably a legacy of the prime clear lineage. As for the name Green Duckweed Mountain, it must have been derived from the Lord of Numinous Treasure's past sword, the Green Duckweed Sword. Fu Ting raised her eyebrows slightly. Qingping Mountain, surname Gao. To be continued. Chapter 824. Fu Ting looked at Gao Qing and asked, Green Duckweed Mountain, surname Gao. You're a direct descendant of the prime, clear lineage's profound sovereign? Gao Qing smiled and said, Yes, the profound sovereign you speak of is my great-grandmother. Within the myriad dragon palace, amidst the purple sea of clouds, Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. The prime clear lineage's roving jade heavens indeed have experts who can claim the title of sovereign. Feng Yunshang said, the prime clear lineage is renowned throughout history for their Tao of the sword. I wonder how this profound sovereign of the roving jade heavens compares to the sword sovereign of the world beyond worlds. The 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors of the world beyond worlds possess supreme statuses. Among the 3 sovereigns, apart from the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign, there was also the sword sovereign. Compared to the exalted earth luminary and the exalted concealed luminary in the past, which are the current earthly sovereign and concealed sovereign, the sword sovereign's age and seniority were slightly lower. This almighty expert rose to power in the era after the Kunlun 9 luminaries. He became a great figure who was on par with the earthly sovereign and the concealed sovereign. Yin Zhaoge said playfully, this is very hard to say, but the title of sword sovereign itself is rather eye-catching. Now, after staring at Fu Ting for a moment, Gao Qing suddenly clapped. Fu Ting, Fu Ting. I remember now. Father once mentioned that the current outstanding figure of the world beyond world's younger generation is a woman named Fu Ting, the sole daughter of the Brocade Emperor of the Grand Clear Direct lineage. She looked curiously at Fu Ting. You just said that you were someone of New Kunlun Mountain's ingenious flying peak. Isn't that precisely the Tao arena of the Brocade Emperor? Fu Ting said, while we have never met before and have no enmity, we are both interested in this precious cauldron, so we are enemies and not friends. Please do not blame us for offending you. A disciple of the prime clear lineage snorted, ha! The descendants of the Grand Clear lineage and the Jade Clear lineage are all used to being domineering. This is not the world beyond worlds. Someone of ingenious flying peak immediately retorted, if this was the world beyond worlds, how could you be allowed to roam freely here? The other party sneered and said, you speak as if we are afraid of you. We don't have any contact with each other. If you have the ability to step into the roving jade heavens, why don't you try? Let's see if you can get out in one piece. The 2 sides refused to give in to each other, and there was no harmonious relationship to begin with. Now, because of the profound sky purple golden cauldron, the smell of gunpowder was even more intense. Gao Qing merely sized up Fu Ting curiously. You're really so young, about the same age as me. Fu Ting raised her eyebrows. The other party's tone didn't sound like praise, but pure surprise. Indeed, Gao Qing continued, the Brocade Emperor is no longer young. Indeed, having a daughter at an old age. Still, I've heard that the Brocade Emperor has many wives and concubines with a harem of tens of thousands. Still, he has never had a child for close to 1,000 years. Why did he suddenly get a daughter? The moment Gao Qing spoke, the expressions of the ingenious flying peak cultivators changed. Even the disciples of the prime, clear lineage beside her had strange expressions on their faces. Aren't these words too taboo? Even if the 2 sides were enemies, discussing a powerhouse with the title of emperor in such a manner made everyone speechless. However, what caused the prime, clear lineage disciples who were familiar with Gao Qing to smile bitterly was that Gao Qing did not intentionally provoke Fu Ting with her words or suppress her opponent's momentum. She was really curious. Gao Qing had been puzzled by the matter of the Brocade Emperor and Fu Ting in the roving Jade Heavens previously. Coincidentally, he bumped into Fu Ting, so he asked her directly. Still, the problem was that while they understood the situation, the ingenious flying peak martial practitioners did not with that. The originally tense atmosphere between the 2 sides instantly froze as a deathly silence reigned. Yin Zhaoge and the others exchanged looks amidst the purple sea of clouds, all rendered speechless. Yin Zhaoge rubbed his temples. Some of the Brocade Emperor's affairs were still rather famous in the world beyond worlds. As a junior, Mu Jun could not directly introduce them. Still, Yin Zhaoge had heard of them quite a bit in Golden Court Mountain and the southeastern Yangheaven territory. This brocade emperor, who had been renowned for many years as one of the 5 emperors, had indeed once wandered through the sea of flowers, enjoying boundless romance. His emperor title of brocade was actually unrelated to his cultivation base and martial arts. When he had first started out in his youth, he had been titled the brocade young master. He was extraordinarily handsome, resembling an exiled immortal, as his elegance could topple all beneath the heavens, as he was known as the #1 handsome man of the world beyond worlds. He had experienced all sorts of women in his life, being innumerable. This had been how he had been before he had become an emperor. Among them, there were female experts with extraordinary cultivations, beautiful women from the mortal world, and they didn't care about their identities. There were noble ladies from prestigious families, daughters of wealthy families, daughters of humble families, talented young women, and so on. However, all of them were beautiful people. Most of these people had long since passed away due to their longevity. Still, be it youth or old age, the brocade emperor would never leave them, accompanying them till the end of their lives. If anyone wanted to leave during this period, the brocade emperor would not make things difficult for them either, with everyone parting on good terms. This had always been how the brocade emperor had been all these years. Still, this brocade emperor had passed through countless flowers, not a single one of them touching him. He had already been famous for over 1,000 years, having lived like this for over 1,000 years already. Logically speaking, with his ability to sow seeds throughout the world and throughout the ages, it was already not sufficient to describe him as having many descendants. Instead, he had descendants everywhere under the heavens. Yet, the brocade emperor had never had a single child for the past 1,000 years. As a result, many people were secretly doubtful about this. Yet, Fu Ting had been born in recent years. Those who had just heard the news even suspected that the brocade emperor had been cuckolded. Still, after Fu Ting had come of age and come out to temper herself, everyone discovered that her demeanor, her looks, and her talent were definitely that of the brocade emperors. Only then did they stop doubting her. It was just that it was taboo to discuss these things in private. How many people dare to speak of these things in front of the brocade emperor and Fu Ting? The ingenious flying peak martial practitioners were even rather dazed at this. When they regained their wits, all of them had unfriendly expressions on their faces, their eyes burning with fire. Fu Ting looked quietly at Gao Qing, saying mildly after a while, "If the profound sovereign is Miss Gao's great-grandmother, your great-grandfather is the Dragon Spring Emperor?" Hearing her suddenly say this, the ingenious flying peak martial practitioners were all baffled. As the brocade emperor's only daughter, Fu Ting knew many secrets that others did not, many things which even her fellow disciples did not understand. Hearing her words, Gao Qing nodded very frankly. "Yes, that's right." Fu Ting asked mildly, "Then, may I ask why Miss Gao follows great-grandmother's surname and not the Dragon Spring Emperor's?" This time, it was the expressions of the prime, clear lineage disciples that changed. Gao Qing was taken aback. Grandfather and father both follow great-grandmother's surname. "Is the same for me, then?" Fu Ting said, "That is because the Dragon Spring Emperor was unable to defeat the profound sovereign, losing his authority as a husband." Someone beside Gao Qing snorted coldly. "The Dragon Spring Emperor was originally of the jade, clear, direct lineage of your world beyond worlds. It was precisely because he felt that it was beneath him to continue working together with you that he entered our roving jade heavens, even marrying the profound sovereign and living harmoniously until now. Yet how much do you know? What are you doing here?" Amidst the purple sea of clouds, the eyes of Yin Zhaoge and the others all lit up. This chain of revelations had ignited the blood of gossip and the soul of paparazzi within their hearts. Yin Zhaoge simply wanted to howl towards the heavens. Let the peachy little flowers of these major figures come even more fiercely. Chapter 825. Facing the rebuttal of the prime, clear lineage disciple, Fu Ting merely smiled indifferently. "With your cultivation and age, how much do you know about what happened back then?" The Dragon Spring Emperor was similarly a bigwig in the Tao of the Sword, but he was defeated by the profound sovereign sword back then and lost for his entire life. The prime clear lineage disciple laughed coldly. So what? Our prime clear lineage has always reigned supreme in Taoism's swordsmanship. Everything you've said has merely solidified this point. Fu Ting said unhurriedly. It is true that the way of the sword is a great path, but is far from the entirety of the way of martial arts. My world beyond worlds has the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. Even if you include the Dragon Spring Emperor in your roving Jade Heavens, how many sovereigns and 5 emperors would there be? Gao Qing blinked, her expression turning serious. So you are doubting my great-grandfather's cultivation? Fu Ting said, Senior Dragon Spring Emperor is an expert, and his cultivation and strength is not something that I can comment on. However, it is a fact that he is no match for the profound sovereign and is not a wild guess on my part. Yin Zhaoge thought, you are indeed not making wild guesses. You are exposing my shortcomings right in front of my face. Unexpectedly, Gao Qing nodded. That's right. Back then, great-grandfather brought a group of jade, clear sword cultivators into the roving Jade Heavens, wanting to spar with our prime, clear lineage's successors in sword arts. After winning several battles, he wanted to challenge the old grand ancestor. In the end, great-grandmother, who was originally in secluded cultivation, came out and defeated all of them. Thus, great-grandfather remained in the roving Jade Heavens. It wasn't just that year. After they got married, they often competed. But after so many years, great-grandfather has never won. His words left Yin Zhaoge and the others wide-eyed and tongue-tied. Even Fu Ting and the group of ingenious flying peak martial artists were stunned. The prime clear lineage disciples beside Gao Qing all felt the urge to facepalm. Fu Ting only came back to her senses after a long while. Although they were enemies, she couldn't help but ask, did Her Majesty profound sovereign tell you this? If that was not the case, then the person who had told Gao Qing these things was simply harboring malicious intentions, deliberately sowing discord and lowering the position of the Dragon Spring Emperor in the hearts of his descendants. And if it was the profound sovereign's words, then there was a huge problem. It meant that in her heart, and even the entire roving Jade Heavens, the Dragon Spring Emperor did not think very highly of him. What kind of humiliation was this for a powerful being with the title of Emperor? Regardless of whether he was marrying into the family or being placed under house arrest, he was still a great emperor. Just as everyone was letting their imaginations run wild, they heard Gao Qing say, when I was young, great-grandfather carried me in his arms, and he told me about it. Huh. Everyone was stunned again. Gao Qing recalled, great-grandfather was all smiles at the time. I never understood why he was so happy when he mentioned that he had lost. Everyone was silent for a time as they slowly digested Gao Qing's words. While no one else had witnessed such a scene, for some reason, a warm feeling arose within their hearts. Someone could not help but ask, did the Dragon Spring Emperor always intentionally let her win? Gao Qing shook her head very confidently. Great-grandfather said that while he was full of vigor back then, he rarely submitted to anyone. Still, he had to submit to great-grandmother's sword arts. Hearing this, everyone nodded slowly. As martial practitioners, they all submitted to others. The higher their cultivation bases, the more this was so. This was related to the will of a martial practitioner. It was one thing for a husband and wife to be close, but it was another for them to submit to the other's martial Tao. One had to have an actual cultivation base in order to be able to convince others. Fu Ting felt rather emotional as well. Just as she was about to speak, Gao Qing looked at her and continued, great-grandfather was indeed no match for great-grandmother. Still, he was still stronger than your father. Fu Ting scanned the purple sea of clouds around them, still not seeing Yin Zhaoge. Under such circumstances, she increasingly felt that Yin Zhaoge had already come into contact with the profound sky purple gold furnace earlier, yet had retreated for some unknown reason. If she clashed with Gao Qing and the others now, it was likely that Yin Zhaoge would be the one to reap the benefits. Her seniors should not be at a disadvantage in a battle with others at the very least. If she could gain the upper hand, she would definitely rush to the top level of this foreign dimension as soon as possible. It would be most beneficial for her and her fellow sect members to stabilize the situation here. If a fourth group arrived and the situation became chaotic, it would also be disadvantageous to Yin Zhaoge, who intended to be the Oriole behind them. At most, they would just have to engage in a chaotic battle then, stopping her thoughts in an instant. Fu Ting happily continued bickering with Gao Qing. They are both emperors. Having never clashed, who knows who will win? Fu Ting said. The Sword Sovereign is also a junior of the Dragon Spring Emperor, yet he has already surpassed him. Gao Qing chuckled. Your father is not the Sword Sovereign. Amidst the tension between the two sides, the profound sky purple gold furnace before them suddenly shook once more. The surrounding purple sea of clouds began to ripple, formless waves of qi spreading outwards one after another. The foreign dimension they were in seemed to be affected and began to shake. The expressions of Yin Zhaoge, Fu Ting, and Gao Qing simultaneously changed. Peak experts have ascended this level. Fu Ting's seniors and the experts of the prime, clear lineage of Gao Qing's roving jade heavens were entangled in battle as they too arrived at the top level of this foreign dimension. Beyond the purple sea of clouds, the pagoda that served as a passageway in the distance now glowed brightly. Then a total of 6 figures shot out from within. The 6 of them were split into 3 pairs, currently clashing unceasingly as they were all immortal bridge martial saints. 2 of them caused this foreign dimension's heavens and earth to overturn as they fought, virtually about to shatter. They were shockingly peak experts of the 9th level of the martial saint realm, the late immortal bridge stage. This was even with them being wary of the profound sky purple gold furnace that might be present here. Therefore, they had still restrained their power as they battled. Otherwise, just the 2 of them going all out would be enough to shatter this region of space. Both sides approached the purple sea of clouds. Still, the profound sky purple gold furnace was truly miraculous, as even these immortal bridge martial saints were unable to pass through it for a time. Fu Ting suspected that Yin Zhaoge was waiting for a chance to make a move. Therefore, she maintained her composure, preparing to continue clashing with the descendants of the prime clear lineage. Still, Gao Qing, who was unaware of Yin Zhaoge's movements, stuck out her tongue in frustration. Oh my, I was only focused on talking and ended up wasting time. As she muttered, Gao Qing directly unsheathed her sword. This big sister Fu, I'm coming. Saying thus, Gao Qing immediately attacked, not holding back at all as she directly stabbed towards Fu Ting with her sword. The descendants of the prime, clear lineage beside her all charged towards the ingenious flying peak martial practitioners as well. Their target was the profound sky purple gold furnace. With Fu Ting and the others blocking the vicinity of the furnace, they had to charge past this blockade. While Fu Ting was wary of Yin Zhaoge's presence nearby, since they had already attacked, she did not fear battle as she immediately went up to meet them with her fellow disciples. Those of ingenious flying peak went all out as they wanted to finish off the opponents before them as soon as possible so that they could deal with any changes that Yin Zhaoge might bring about. Still, their opponents were clearly not easy to deal with. This was especially so for Gao Qing. While she sounded rather ignorant of worldly affairs, her cultivation base was truly powerful to the extreme. Yin Zhaoge's expression was calm as he stood amidst the purple sea of clouds, quietly watching the battle between the 2 sides as he continued to wait patiently. To be continued. Chapter 826. At this moment, Fu Ting was no longer merely probing and sparring as she had with Yin Zhaoge earlier. Instead, she unleashed all of her abilities, seeking only to swiftly vanquish her opponent and secure victory. Yin Zhaoge also personally witnessed the Red Lotus tribulation that he had long heard of, a bag hung by Fu Ting's waist. She reached for it before waving her hand again, a streak of crimson fire flying out. In the outside world, the crimson light transformed into a red lotus that was bright and alluring. The next moment, however, the red lotus directly exploded, a hole being torn open amid space. That ferocious, destructive power virtually almost caught up to a saber strike of Yendi's without the assistance of a sacred artifact. Fortunately, this red lotus tribulation required time to be born. If it was expended greatly within a short period of time, its regeneration speed would not be able to keep up. At the same time, Yin Zhaoge could also confirm that Fu Ting possessed outstanding strength, as she was not someone who relied purely on treasures. At the same cultivation level, Lin Hanhua, Zhuang Chaohui, and Kong Ping were all inferior to her. Speaking of which, while Yu Baoqi of the North Sea Sword Pavilion was very talented, the martial arts of the North Sea Sword Pavilion could not compare to the personal disciples of Fu Ting's ingenious flying peak, the Brocade Emperor. The top-notch absolute art, in addition to Fu Ting's outstanding talent, together created a monster who could crush her peers. Her talent was astonishing. On this basis, her entire body was filled with treasures as the Red Lotus Tribulation and Phoenix Weave feathers complemented each other perfectly. While she was only a late merging avatar martial saint now, she could cause many seeing divinity martial saints to suffer defeat in actual combat. On the other hand, Gao Qing was similarly eye-catching. She was slightly younger than Fu Ting, as she was currently a mid-merging avatar martial saint. Martial practitioners of this cultivation level would virtually be unable to retaliate against Fu Ting, as most might even be insta-killed in a single blow. Yet, while Gao Qing was at a disadvantage, Fu Ting was actually unable to obtain victory within a short period of time as well. In just a few short exchanges, Gao Qing simultaneously executed the Immortal Trapping Sword and the Immortal Ending Sword. There was no delay in switching between the two sword arts at all, as they were naturally executed with ease. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge nodded to himself. It is indeed the Immortal Trapping Sword. No wonder she was able to find this foreign dimension from extra-dimensional space so quickly. The roving Jade Heavens are indeed worthy of being groomed by the direct lineage of the Prime Clear lineage. They are not inferior to Fu Ting of the world beyond worlds in the slightest. If the two of them were to fight at the same cultivation level, they would truly be evenly matched, and it would be difficult to determine the victor. Right now, Gao Qing and the others were at a disadvantage, but they were extremely resilient. Against Fu Ting, who was stronger than her, Gao Qing mainly used the Immortal Trapping Sword. The Immortal Trapping Sword could not only sever space-time, but it could also shift space-time to a certain extent. Making use of this convenience, Gao Qing began to tangle with Fu Ting. When she really couldn't dodge, she would use the Celestial End Sword to counterattack and defend, making it hard for Fu Ting to take her down within a short period of time. The two sides were locked in battle, and as time passed, the elders of both sides were also fighting, breaking through the sea of violet clouds and nearing the profound sky purple gold furnace. At this moment, the huge pill furnace was still quietly standing in the void, as if it was completely unaffected by the fierce battle outside. Yin Zhaoge brought Feng Yinsheng and the others along as they hid within the purple qi, keeping their breaths as they calmed their hearts and focused on the situation before them. Young master, is there really something wrong with that furnace? Ahu was no longer smiling cheekily as his expression was solemn. Many immortal bridge martial saints have arrived. It will be very difficult for us to reap the benefits of their battle. Yin Zhaoge stared fixedly at the profound sky purple gold furnace. My intuition tells me that there is something wrong with that furnace. Actually, it was still not too late to make a move now. The experts of Ingenious Flying Peak and the roving Jade Heavens would still need some time before they could completely charge in. Meanwhile, Fu Ting, Gao Qing, and the others were currently locked in a fierce battle. If Yin Zhaoge made a move now, there would still be a great chance of success. To make a move or not to make a move? Should he believe his earlier intuition? Yin Zhaoge was currently unceasingly asking himself this question. If his earlier guess was wrong, it would be equivalent to him handing over a precious treasure like the profound sky purple gold furnace for nothing. This was not as simple as a few pills or a sacred artifact. While it could not be immediately converted into combat power, The value of this treasure was even higher than that of a high-grade sacred artifact or even an immortal artifact. The crux of Yin Zhaoge's judgment was actually that he himself had no actual evidence to support his guess. Everything was completely based on his intuition, based on the memories deep within his heart that originated from the heavenly court's divine palace of pre-Great Calamity times. At Yin Zhaoge's level, it was not an exaggeration to say that sudden inspiration and his intuition were extremely acute. Instead, they were something that truly existed. Still, things that were too profound would often obstruct and obscure the senses of martial practitioners. The immortal bridge martial saints outside similarly possessed acute, sudden inspiration senses. Still, they did not discover anything unusual at all at this moment. Yin Zhaoge asked himself if his intuition might have been a misconception. He closed his eyes lightly, no longer gazing at that furnace that caused one's heart to waver. After a long time, Yin Zhaoge reopened his eyes, saying in a heavy tone, "When the waters run dry, sit and watch the clouds rise. We wait. If my intuition is wrong, there is nothing we can do about it. Having made a decision, we have to bear the consequences." Since he had said to wait, Feng Yunsheng, Ahu, Xiao Ai, and the others spoke no further. All of them inhaled deeply, calming their hearts as they stared at the profound sky purple gold furnace along with Yin Zhaoge, waiting patiently. After who knew how long, the purple sea of clouds rippled more and more intensely. Just as Gao Qing and the others were falling further and further into a disadvantageous position, gradually finding it hard to hold on, the dense purple qi mightily broke apart, a few figures shooting within. The 6 of them were split into 3 pairs, still locked in combat. Seeing the profound sky purple gold furnace now, their eyes all lit up. With their arrival, the battle between Fu Ting and Gao Qing's group became meaningless as they all retreated to the side. The 2 9th-level martial saints, with the highest cultivation bases on both sides, simultaneously reached out and grabbed towards the profound sky purple gold furnace. That expert of the roving jade heavens who cultivated in the immortal trapping sword seemed to regard space as nothing as he grabbed the side of the furnace first. The pill furnace shook intensely, nearly jolting him out of his grasp. He exerted force, yet was unable to move the pill furnace. Having been tormented and delayed for a moment, his opponent was not slow as well as he rushed forward, avoiding his sword and moving to the other side, also reaching out to grab the pill furnace. The 2 sides clashed in midair, both of them being locked in a stalemate for a time. The other 4 immortal bridge martial saints entangled with each other, simultaneously moving forward and grabbing the pill furnace one after the other, also launching attacks towards their opponents. The profound sky purple gold furnace shook intensely, its lid opening as streams of dense mist surged unceasingly from it with a surging qi. The next moment, the mist which had originally surrounded the pill furnace and formed a purple sea of clouds around it surged into the sky at this moment before being absorbed within the pill furnace. Bright golden light was emitted from within the pill furnace, illuminating the surrounding area. Fu Ting, Gao Qing, and the others grit their teeth, preparing to step forward and assist as well. Now that the purple qi had dissipated completely, Yin Zhaoge and the others appeared within their field of vision. Both sides were startled. At the same time, a black ring of light suddenly appeared above the pill furnace before expanding into the surroundings. Where the black light passed, numerous illusory shadows were formed which formed a massive, illusory palace. To be continued. Chapter 827. Enveloped by the black light, that massive, illusory palace emanated a solemn aura as it seemed to instantly envelop the entire sky, filling the surrounding area. A medicinal fragrance emanated from within the palace, suffusing the entire space. This foreign dimension was indeed divided into 7 levels. At this moment, however, the 6 levels of space down below all rose upwards, seemingly folding and contracting unceasingly with the top level as the center. At a time like this, If there were still people in the 6 levels down below who had yet to attain the immortal bridge Martial Saint realm, they would be directly crushed to smithereens by space with not even their bones remaining. A strange light shot out of Yin Zhaoge's eyes as he looked at that great hall. Scenes that were already rather unfamiliar in the depths of his memories surfaced once more within his mind. From the outside, the great hall before them was precisely the pill hall of the heavenly court's divine palace. Within the 9 heavens, the land of the heavenly court where countless divine pills and miraculous medicines were kept was an extremely important treasure ground for the heavenly court's divine palace. It was just that unlike in Yin Zhaoge's memories, the pill hall that should have been flawless white, flickering with golden radiance, and wreathed in clear qi was currently enveloped by black light. This was not the true pill hall, instead being a projection of it here. Yin Zhaoge's eyes narrowed slightly into slits. A ritual established with that profound sky purple gold furnace as support? Fu Ting, Gao Qing, and the others sensed that something was wrong as well. Still, it was already too late for regrets now. Those 6 immortal bridge martial saints who had placed their hands on the profound sky purple gold furnace were unable to hold themselves back as they were devoured by that black hall. The black hall was condensed of light as its walls appeared transparent. Yin Zhaoge and the others could see the figures of those 6 martial saints hovering uncontrollably in mid-air within the great hall. Immortal bridge martial saints were completely unable to control themselves as they were controlled by others. There were even 2 peak experts of the late immortal bridge stage amongst them who could only barely struggle as they were unable to extricate themselves. The black hall began collapsing towards its center, forming a black hole which swept those 6 immortal bridge martial saints within. Fu Ting, Gao Qing, and the others who were outside were unable to avoid it as well. Even Yin Zhaoge's group, who were even further away, were affected as they were sucked in by that massive suction force, being drawn uncontrollably towards the black hole. Beneath the great hall, the profound sky purple gold furnace at the head of the source of the black light shook as it flew upwards as well, flying into the black hole. The expanse of space that everyone in the outside world resided in collapsed completely. Space warped, and it was swallowed by the black hole as well. After entering the black hole, Yin Zhaoge saw that there seemed to be an endless spatial passageway in front of him. It was unknown where it led to. Those 6 immortal bridge martial saints who had first been devoured had already completely vanished without a trace. Fu Ting, Gao Qing, and the others also disappeared. Ahu smiled bitterly and said, "Young master, as you expected, there really is a problem. It's just that we're in a bit of trouble now." Yin Zhaoge's expression was heavy as a hint of a smile was revealed at the corners of his mouth. That might not be the case. With but a thought from him, the myriad dragon palace appeared once more, the great beam of the palace, the central pillar and the door of the palace, all emanating 7-colored radiance. Where the radiance passed, the speed at which Yin Zhaoge and the others traversed through the spatial passageway abruptly slowed, no longer flying uncontrollably. The chaotic void in front of him seemed to have turned into a real passageway that allowed him to step on solid ground. Yin Zhaoge sat at the entrance of the great hall, his back leaning against it before extending his finger and writing in mid-air. Runes appeared out of thin air, lingering in the void for a long time as if they were carved. The great beam of the divine palace, the pillar and the great door of the divine palace, which had merged with the myriad dragon palace, flickered with radiance at this moment, rows of 7-colored runes appearing on their surfaces as well. The runes transformed into streams of light, extending outwards in all directions. After a while, a strange noise suddenly resounded amidst space. The next moment, the streams of 7-colored light were retracted, actually forcibly dragging out a massive pill furnace that was wreathed in purple qi and glowing with brilliant golden light from within the darkness of space. It was precisely the profound sky purple gold furnace. This pill furnace was currently extremely quiet, seemingly having fallen into a deep slumber as it did not resist being dragged along by the streams of 7-colored light. Yin Zhaoge pushed open the great door of the Myriad Dragon Palace, directly swallowing that furnace within. The next moment, the great door mightily closed. As the great door of the Myriad Dragon Palace closed, the space before Yin Zhaoge and the others instantly turned violent and chaotic. It was like a rope that was simultaneously being pulled taut by a massive force at both ends, the person on one end suddenly letting go. The force on the other end abruptly pulled empty, the rope directly flying away. The jet-black spatial passageway broke apart with a boom. Yin Zhaoge brought along Feng Yinsheng, Ahu, Xiao Ai, and the others to hide within the Myriad Dragon Palace, being swept along by the chaotic flows of space. For just that one instant, Yin Zhaoge felt an extremely icy cold aura emanating from the other end of the spatial passageway. That aura seemed cold and dry, emanating from the cold glint of a blade that was devoid of emotions in the least. Yet, it also seemed like a life form with its own emotions, conveying the emotional fluctuations of rage and dissatisfaction. The two opposing, contradictory feelings intermingled and merged, simultaneously clearly transmitted to Yin Zhaoge. Sadly, however, the profound sky purple gold furnace was sealed within the Myriad Dragon Palace, the ritual that was currently in progress having been abruptly cut short. Yin Zhaoge and the others no longer headed towards the end of that spatial passageway, instead heading in another direction within space. That spatial passageway was quickly extinguished, vanishing without a trace. Everything seemed like an illusion. However, the already collapsed foreign dimension of the seven-floored pagoda told everyone of the shocking scene that had just transpired. Meanwhile, those 6 immortal bridge martial saints who had been swept along first might not have been able to extricate themselves in time, as they were swept along completely. Seeing everything that had transpired before him, Yin Zhaoge fell into deep thought. Being able to sweep away 2 immortal bridge martial saints of the 9th level of the martial saint realm without being able to put up any resistance, the might of this ritual went without saying. If not for Yin Zhaoge's Myriad Dragon Palace having just happened to have the ability to obstruct the profound sky purple gold furnace, they would definitely have been swept away as well. Who exactly was the one who had set up the ritual? While others might not be able to confirm this, after seeing the projection of the Black Pill Hall, Yin Zhaoge was certain of one thing. The Pill Hall of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace had been preserved in a rather complete state following the Great Calamity, having survived that tribulation. Currently, it existed somewhere amidst boundless space. Only then could this black hall be projected. Still, who was the one who had set up the ritual? Logically speaking, someone who had the ability to set up such a ritual should already have fallen into the hands of the other party. Yet, when Yin Zhaoge had intercepted the profound sky purple gold furnace and destroyed the ritual, the other party had not been able to stop him, even less having been able to deal with him afterwards. From the looks of it, the other party should not have grasped the Pill Hall. Yin Zhaoge was rather unable to understand this, as he felt that there were many doubtful points about it. Things are a little strange. Yin Zhaoge exhaled, gazing into the depths of the Myriad Dragon Palace. There, the profound sky purple gold furnace was slumbering without any signs of activity at all. While the dim radiant wheel was quiet as well, it still had some reaction to external attacks. This pill furnace, however, did not budge no matter what Yin Zhaoge did to it. My current cultivation base is still insufficient for me to refine this furnace. If I want to wield some of its power, I will still have to plan and put in some effort. Yin Zhaoge was not discouraged. This was also something that had been within his expectations. He controlled the Myriad Dragon Palace to traverse the chaotic flows of space. While he was temporarily free of worries, he had still fallen into the same predicament that Luo Ziyuan and the others had faced after having left the dim, radiant mausoleum, needing to find a way home. If this went on for a long time, the Myriad Dragon Palace would be unable to bear the burden. After drifting for who knew how long, a world suddenly appeared before them. Yin Zhaoge controlled the Myriad Dragon Palace and entered it. Just having entered, looking over, Yin Zhaoge saw that there were already familiar faces before him. With Gao Qing at their head, the few prime clear lineage disciples all looked astonished at the sudden arrival of Yin Zhaoge's group. To be continued. Chapter 828. The profound sky purple gold furnace was stored within the myriad dragon palace, quiet as though it was slumbering, not emanating any aura at all. The miraculous rainbow light of the myriad dragon palace vanished as well, with only the aura of a dragon's might remaining. This caused others to be completely unable to detect at all that the profound sky purple gold furnace, which everyone had been fighting over, and which was a treasure of great importance to the entire world beyond worlds, or the roving jade heavens, had already fallen into Yin Zhaoge's hands. Seeing Yin Zhaoge, Gao Qing and the others were just rather astonished. Weren't you just? While Yin Zhaoge was also surprised to see Gao Qing and the others here, he did not reveal any of this on the surface. Everyone, please. The expression of one of the prime, clear descendants on the other side suddenly flickered slightly as he secretly transmitted to his companion. Everyone had a look of realization on their faces. Gao Qing appraised Yin Zhaoge curiously, directly asking, "You are Yin Zhaoge, the descendant of the exalted solar luminary?" Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge knew that like Sun Zhongda, that person should have seen an image of him before. He smiled. "I am indeed Yin Zhaoge. However, I'm not the exalted solar luminary successor." Gao Qing and the others appraised Yin Zhaoge, seemingly considering how they should deal with him. While Yin Zhaoge was famed in the southeastern Yang heaven territory of the world beyond worlds, there were many different theories regarding his lineage, as even Gao Qing and the others of the roving jade heavens were hard-pressed to discern the truth. While they were opposed to the descendants of the Jade Clear and Grand Clear lineages of the world beyond worlds, they were not completely hostile. This was especially so for a young expert like Yin Zhaoge, who was renowned and possessed great strength, yet whose background was unknown. While they had all been vying for the profound sky purple gold furnace earlier, with the sudden change in events, Gao Qing and the others did not believe that Yin Zhaoge had the ability to obtain it. There was no direct conflict between the two sides. It was unlike Fu Ting, who had guessed that Yin Zhaoge was waiting for the aureole behind. Gao Qing and the others had only seen Yin Zhaoge suddenly appear. They did not know whether he had been waiting there all along or had just happened to arrive afterwards. Still, seeing that they did not hold any hostility towards him, Yin Zhaoge increasingly felt that the exalted solar luminary might have indeed visited the roving jade heavens before. In that era, when the Kunlu 9 luminaries had stood side by side in this world, illuminating the various heavens, the relationship between the world beyond worlds and the roving jade heavens might not have been as tense as it was now. As he pondered, Yin Zhaoge said, "Just now, within the void, a passageway with a clear direction was formed, sucking us towards a certain place. However, it was suddenly cut off in the middle, causing us to be stranded within the chaotic flows of space. After that, I wandered around with my fellow disciples and discovered this world. Therefore, I came here to settle down and plan for the future. I wonder if everyone else is in the same situation?" After hearing that, the prime clear descendants exchanged glances and nodded slightly. Gao Qing replied, "We're in the same situation. We were about to be sucked away, but that spatial passageway suddenly collapsed on its own. We don't know why." At this point, a worried look appeared on her face. "I wonder how Marshal Granduncle Tang and Marshal Uncle Lu are doing." All the descendants of the prime clear lineage had gloomy expressions on their faces and were in low spirits. The 6 immortal bridge martial saints who had first grabbed hold of the profound sky purple gold furnace were immediately devoured by the projection of the pill hall before being swept into the black hole. Yin Zhaoge, Gao Qing, and the others had only been sucked in afterwards. The space-time tunnel ruptured midway, allowing them to survive. However, it was hard to say what would happen to those who were sucked in first. Thinking of how even late immortal bridge martial saints had been unable to resist the trap of the other party, a chill arose within everyone's hearts. Gao Qing and the others needed to establish contact with the roving jade heavens as soon as possible and invite seniors with higher cultivation bases to come and deal with this. Sadly, this was not so easy to accomplish amidst the chaos of space and time. They could not be anxious about it. Yin Zhaoge thought. Indeed, space and time are chaotic and complicated. While we were all sucked toward the other side of the tunnel, we were on different levels and did not come into contact with one another. Only after leaving that place would there be a chance of meeting one another, falling into this world together. Gao Qing and the others looked rather awkwardly at Yin Zhaoge now. They were basically aware of the matter of Sun Zhongda impersonating Yin Zhaoge and infiltrating the world beyond worlds. They did not know how Sun Zhongda was currently. Back then, Sun Zhongda had intended to search for clues and a door within the southeastern Yang Heaven territory of the world beyond worlds, entering that foreign dimension where the profound sky purple gold furnace was. In the end, Sun Zhongda had not seen Sun Zhongda as the real Yin Zhaoge had instead appeared there. Gao Qing and the others could not help but wonder. Sun Zhongda should not be so unlucky as to directly bump into the main character, Yin Zhaoge, not long after having entered the world beyond worlds, right? Gao Qing wanted to say something, but a fellow disciple beside her secretly sent a sound transmission to her before she could. It was best not to ask such a thing directly, lest it become awkward. The most important thing for them now was to establish contact with the roving Jade Heavens. It would not be wise for them to cause any more trouble. As long as the senior experts of the roving Jade Heavens rushed over, many things would be easily resolved. Gao Qing pursed her lips, finally not saying anything. While Yin Zhaoge did not know the specifics of their conversation, seeing that Gao Qing, who had always been straightforward, had actually restrained herself from asking about Sun Zhongda, Yin Zhaoge basically knew what she was planning. Since Gao Qing and the others did not ask, Yin Zhaoge was happy to temporarily feign ignorance. From the spiritual qi circulation of this world, this Yin has never been here before. I wonder if you recognize this place? The descendants of the prime, clear lineage exchanged looks, all shaking their heads. Yin Zhaoge cupped his hands. Since that is so, let us first explore this world. If there is nothing else, this Yin and my fellow disciples will be taking our leave. Please do. Saying thus, Yin Zhaoge turned and left. Gao Qing wanted to say something, but hesitated. She exchanged a glance with her fellow disciples, sighed, and then headed in another direction. They also needed to familiarize themselves with the spiritual qi circulation here and find a way to determine the position of this world in the void. They needed to find a way to contact the roving Jade Heavens or find a way back to the roving Jade Heavens. Pan Pan's figure grew large, carrying the myriad dragon palace as he sped through the air. Yin Zhaoge was currently seated in the myriad dragon palace, sensing the spiritual qi circulation of this world, whilst continuing to study the profound sky purple gold furnace. Previously, when the 7 layers of foreign space collapsed together, although the world was destroyed, the pills within were all sucked back into the pill furnace along with the airflow. Yin Zhaoge and the others had not spent any time searching for them earlier in order to hurry on with their journey, having let go of many divine pills and miraculous medicines. Now it saved them a lot of effort. The remaining ones that hadn't been picked up were all taken in one fell swoop. What caused Yin Zhaoge to be especially pleasantly surprised was the fact that at the bottom of the pill furnace, there were still many spirit pills remaining. They were not of a single type, but of various types, the numbers varying. These should not have been left behind from the pill refinement, but rather placed here. There were even more of them than the total number of pills remaining in the 7 layers of foreign space. Yin Zhaoge felt rather interested in this. Who exactly was it that used the profound sky purple gold furnace earlier? Was it the same person who set up the mechanism? As he pondered, Yin Zhaoge first picked out a jet black pill. He flicked his finger, the pill arcing through the air, descending towards the meditating Northern Ocean clone. To be continued. Chapter 829. The Northern Ocean clone, who was currently meditating with his eyes closed, now opened his eyes, blowing towards that jet black pill. The jet black pill was still in midair, but when it was blown by that breath, sparks actually appeared on its surface. The Northern Ocean clone inhaled once more, the immortal pill transforming into a streak of flowing fire which was sucked into the Northern Ocean clone's mouth. This body of the peak of the 4th level of the Martial Saint realm closed his eyes once more and entered a meditative state. Her skin was like white jade, and at this moment, it became even more lustrous and clear. It was so white that it was almost transparent, and her blood vessels, bones, and internal organs could almost be seen. A crimson fiery light lit up within the body of the Northern Ocean clone, gradually enveloping his entire body. The flames were blazing hot, but they weren't violent. Instead, they emitted a sense of serenity and tranquility. Within the red light, specks of starlight gradually lit up, forming a scene of sparks flying across the sky. A silhouette surfaced above the Northern Ocean clone's head, splitting into three. The ball of light in the center turned into a Kuan Pung, and the ball on the left was a true dragon. The third one on the right was slightly weaker, but it was a Tao Tai. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge smiled slightly, no longer looking. As for the other mortal pills, he sorted them out and roughly counted them before nodding in satisfaction. Although the profound sky purple golden furnace could not be used to refine pills for the time being, he had already earned a lot from the harvest so far. The pill hall still existed, and the number of pills stored within far surpassed what was before his eyes. However, with Yin Zhaoge's current cultivation base, this was already a bountiful harvest that he would not be able to completely digest within a short period of time. On the other hand, the pill hall's current situation was still suspicious. If he wanted to search for it, he would have to plan carefully. They had successfully survived the Great Calamity. However, even Yin Zhaoge wasn't sure what had happened to the pill hall after so many years. It was very likely that it had already been grasped by someone else. Fortunately, he had the profound sky purple golden furnace. With this as a clue, it would be much easier to find the pill hall. However, on the other hand, the other party had used the profound sky purple golden furnace to set up a trap. It was possible that he had already taken control of the pill hall. It would be very easy for him to find the profound sky purple golden furnace. However, Yin Zhaoge really could not understand this. If that person had really taken control of the pill hall, not to mention whether he was strong or not, the numerous divine pills and miraculous medicines in the pill hall could also help him become stronger. Being able to draw away 6 immortal bridge martial saints also seemed to prove this point. However, if the other party was really that strong, why did they need to use the mysterious sky purple golden furnace to set up a trap? Taking them away was not a punishment for touching the profound sky purple gold furnace, but the profound sky purple gold furnace was the bait and material for the trap. As Yin Zhaoge pondered, he flicked his finger lightly, a few streaks of light descending towards Feng Yunsheng and the others. There were even 2 streaks of light that flew out of the myriad dragon palace, landing within Pan Pan's mouth. With your current cultivation, you really have to be cautious when consuming such a divine pill. Refine its medicinal effects carefully, said Yin Zhaoge. Feng Yunsheng, Ahu, and Xiao Ai all looked curiously at the floating pill in front of them. Yin Zhaoge said, of Yunsheng's 3 pills, the first is the clear spirit response pill, strengthening the senses of the spirit, especially being able to help martial practitioners more easily wield treasures that they are still unable to fully control with their current cultivation base. It is suitable for the extreme Yin Crown and the Cold Sun Divine Saber that you possess. The second pill is the Yin Yang Longevity Pill. It aids in the harmonization of Yin and Yang. Moreover, it first strengthens one of them and then nourishes the other. Its effects are obvious, and it's just right for your current cultivation path. It's most suitable for you to cultivate with the Yin, Yang, heavenly scripture. Having arrived in the world beyond worlds, he would be able to find sufficient excuses to explain his origins. Yin Zhaoge would be able to gradually let go of his previous reservations. The Yin-Yang heavenly scripture had already become Broad Creed Mountain's new foundation along with the life creation heavenly scripture that Yuan Zhengfeng had obtained. Yin had also browsed through it in the Royal Reed Sea. Still, in view of his martial true intent, it had mostly been for reference. For Feng Yinsheng, the Yin-Yang heavenly scripture was indisputably the most suitable martial art for her to cultivate in. Meanwhile, cultivating in the Yin-Yang heavenly scripture would also allow her to achieve far greater accomplishments than ordinary people. The third pill is the Bearing Essence Grand Pill. It has no other use other than to help you accumulate your essence chi at a faster rate, raising your strength. The other side of a divine pill of this level having a single effect was that this effect was extremely prominent. The Myriad Dragon Palace had originally contained the corpses of numerous dragons, as well as the many treasures obtained from the dim radiant mausoleum. Yin Zhaoge and the others did not lack essence chi at all. Still, the addition of the Bearing Essence Grand Pill was still useful now, further increasing the rate at which they could absorb and refine their essence chi. It could be said that in the long run, the only difficulty for Yin Zhaoge and the others in their cultivation would be the bottleneck of their comprehension. The painstaking work that required the accumulation of time and resources would no longer exist. There would be no need for them to waste time on it. They would just have to earnestly analyze the principles of the martial Tao. Yin Zhaoge and the others were all supremely talented people by any standards. Therefore, this was not like pulling on seedlings to help them grow or forcefully imparting their martial arts, as it would not bring about the problem of their foundations being unstable. Still, it was worth noting that if this went on for a long time, it might cause them to become lazy, their wills being worn down. Still, this was a distant worry, not to the extent of causing them to give up eating for fear of choking now. Having already known that this would be a problem, Yin Zhaoge and the others were all vigilant people, as they would naturally think of other ways to temper their wills and minds. Ahu and Xiao AI were also excitedly observing the pills before them now. Each of them had 3 spirit pills in front of them, one of which was the Qingyuan Great Pill. This was also the only pill that Feng Yunxiang had in common with them. Because it was suitable for everyone, it was what they needed the most right now. Yin Zhaoge said, of Ahu's other 2 pills, one is the Dragon Tiger Golden Pill, directly strengthening the qi and blood of the fleshly body. This dragon and this tiger are not the commonly seen ferocious tigers of the mountains or scaly dragons of the water. Instead, they were refined from the bones and tendons of a tiger demon and a true dragon that had attained divinity in the past, complemented by other precious spiritual treasures. While we have the remains of a true dragon, the dragon that refined this Dragon Tiger Golden Pill back then had a higher cultivation base, being extremely rare. Ahu's third pill was the Wind Thunder Nature Pill. After consuming it, one would be able to directly absorb and exhale wind, thunder, water, and fire into their bodies, tempering themselves and causing their bodies to become stronger, sturdier, and indestructible, as their strength and speed would also increase greatly. Xiao AI, of your 2 pills, one is the Spirit Connection Golden Pill, and the other the Brilliant Yang Pill. Yin Zhaoge said, you prefer formations, and the more resilient your soul is, the more convenient it will be for you to extrapolate. The Spirit Connection Golden Pill is just right for you. While they both strengthened one's soul, Feng Yunxing's Clear Spirit Sensing Pill was geared towards making one's soul more nimble, while Xiao AI's Spirit Connection Golden Pill was geared towards making it more resilient. Xiao AI nodded happily. Young master has indeed considered things thoroughly. Yin Zhaoge said, the other Brilliant Yang Pill is a pill of the spirit of fire. You primarily cultivate in the life, creation, heavenly scripture, nurturing the qi of life forms. A portion of the spiritual qi within can be converted into the qi of the Qinghua with spirit. We can give birth to fire. Complemented by the Brilliant Yang Pill, it can further increase the speed at which your cultivation base is raised. The force of fire is especially ferocious, being beneficial for your breakthrough. With the life creation, heavenly scripture as a foundation, you also need not worry about haste making waste. Other than the Bearing Essence Grand Pill, the pills of the 3 were all different, each possessing different miraculous effects as they were suited to different situations. That's all for now. Any more, and I will not be able to refine and absorb them, which would instead be bad. While Yin Zhaoge seemed to be distributing them casually, he had actually considered all of them in detail, applying the right medicine to each of them. Ahu sighed in admiration. Young master, with so many miraculous pills, How did you manage to understand all of them within such a short period of time, knowing all of their effects as though they were the back of your hand? It's too inconceivable. Xiao AI asked joyfully. Young master, you've arranged so many for us, but do you still have any for yourself? Yin Zhaoga smiled. What are you saying? How could a chef possibly starve himself? Chapter 830. Yin Zhaoga indeed could not starve himself. To be precise, the number of pills he was prepared to consume was more than the three of them combined. Because his cultivation level was higher, he could refine more of the elixir's power after consuming the elixir. As he counted the pills on hand, Yin Zhaoga extended his hand and pressed it on the profound sky purple gold furnace. The true essence in his body surged like primal chaos. The foundation formed by the peerless heavenly scripture displayed its effects at this moment. The already quiet, profound sky purple golden cauldron seemed even quieter now. From the outside, there did not seem to be any changes at all. However, Yin Zhaoga seemed to vaguely see a thread within the air that was connected to the profound sky purple gold furnace. Now, there was an additional layer of faintly discernible mist around the treasured furnace. It did not cut off the thread, but it concealed the treasured furnace. If someone wanted to search for the profound sky purple golden furnace through the pill hall, they would return in disappointment. Meanwhile, Yin Zhaoga did not completely sever the connection between the furnace and the pill hall. If he wanted to find the pill hall in the future, he would still have to leave behind some clues. Retracting his palm, Yin Zhaoga exited the myriad dragon palace, landing on Pan Pan's head. Pan Pan flew through the air with the myriad dragon palace on his back. This world was not desolate. They had already passed by many villages along the way. Still, in order to understand the entirety of this world as soon as possible, Yin Zhaoga set his sights on the larger areas here. Soon, a huge city appeared on the horizon. However, after carefully observing for a moment, Yin Zhaoga stopped Pan Pan, not first approaching. He looked at the city with a frown and did not speak for a long time. That place was densely populated and bustling with noise. It wasn't a ghost town. However, to Yin Zhaoga, he had to be even more cautious, because the sky above the city was actually enveloped by a layer of faint Buddhist light. Tranquil and natural, the concept of impermanence naturally emanating from it. Yin Zhaoga could even hear the chanting of Buddhist scriptures lingering by his ears from afar. It wasn't that many people in the city were chanting Buddhist scriptures loudly, but that the people in the city were condensing the power of prayers and prayers, turning from illusion to reality and interfering with the world. This, Yin Zhaoga was truly rather taken aback. Not having thought that the world he had unintentionally stepped into was actually a flourishing age of Buddhism. Before this, Yin Zhaoga had still been wondering why he hadn't seen any Buddhist legacies or incense. After all, in pre-Great Calamity times, Buddhism's reputation might even have been slightly greater than Taoism's. After the Great Calamity, while Taoism had withered away, Buddhism had actually completely disappeared without a trace. Even their Buddhist scriptures couldn't be found. This was abnormal no matter how one looked at it. Whether it was the lower worlds like the Eight Extremities world, the Vast Ocean world, and the Floating Gate world, or the world beyond worlds, there were quite a few legacies left behind by people of pre-Great Calamity times. Nowadays, a large portion of the martial art inheritances that had been restarted were excavated from the ruins of their predecessors, and they were restarting from scratch. It didn't make sense that someone from Taoism could even survive the Great Calamity, while Buddhism had been completely exterminated, not even a trace of them being left behind. Unless the Great Calamity back then had been targeted at Buddhism. It had been a complete and utter annihilation of Buddhism. However, in Yin Zhaoga's impression, the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace was the first place to suffer the calamity. In fact, Yin Zhaoga could vaguely feel that the massive hand descending from the heavens in his final memories was the handiwork of a Buddhist bigwig. He had once suspected that the Buddhists had attacked first, and the Taoists had retaliated. In the end, both sides had suffered great losses, and the Taoists had withered while the Buddhists had been annihilated. Now, however, having seen this world, Yin Zhaoga knew that this was not the case. This is the scripture of the future Buddha. Gazing at the distant city, Yin Zhaoga thought to himself, the flourishing Buddhist light was the condensation of the faith power of the believers. The Buddhist Dharma that the future Buddha imparted to the world to educate the people of the world was not to prove one's true nature. Instead, it had the meaning of, those who believe in me will find bliss, those who believe in me will enter the pure land, and those who believe in me will obtain eternal life. From Yin Zhaoga's point of view, first not talking about his capabilities, this style seemed a little low. However, it was rumored that anyone who devoutly chanted the Buddhist scriptures would be able to obtain the blessing of the Buddhist energy of the future Buddha, and they wouldn't need to put in much effort to cultivate before they would be able to possess great abilities. What was even more mysterious was attaining Buddhahood, enjoying extreme bliss, entering the pure land, and getting rid of all worries. The future Buddha was a man of his word. It was as though he really wanted to redeem everyone in the world. Before the Great Calamity, it was not without reason that there had been far more believers in Buddhism than in Taoism amongst ordinary people. Still, Yin Zhaoga just felt that something was not quite right. It was just that his understanding of Buddhism was relatively limited. Therefore, he could not come to a conclusion. It was just that since he had his doubts, Yin Zhaoga had to be much more cautious when facing Buddhism. This was especially so since he had never seen any traces of Buddhism in the environments he had come into contact with after the Great Calamity. Now that such a flourishing age of Buddhism had suddenly appeared before him, an existence that resembled a pure land, Yin Zhaoga felt even more apprehensive. After pondering for a moment, Yin Zhaoga did not direct Pan Pan to descend and enter the city. Instead, he expanded the radius of his search, walking around in all directions. He suddenly had a guess. This time, Yin Zhaoga was not picky about how many people there were, whether it was densely populated or sparsely populated, as he completely chose a random place. In a small city, Buddha light similarly surged. While it was much weaker than in the large city from earlier, it was not that the people here were not sincere in their worship of Buddha. It was just that their population was comparatively small. Yin Zhaoga had Pan Pan shrink and return to the Myriad Dragon Palace. The Myriad Dragon Palace shrunk as well, instantly vanishing. After keeping the Myriad Dragon Palace, Yin Zhaoga entered the city. After observing for a while, Yin Zhaoga discovered that the people here should all be ordinary people who did not cultivate in martial arts. Still, Buddha light seemed to be secretly contained within their bodies. In the eyes of ordinary people, they were all the same, very ordinary. However, as Yin Zhaoga looked over, the people here seemed to be made of colored glass, radiance vaguely emanating from within their bodies. Some were strong, some were weak. Because they did not cultivate in martial arts, this Buddha light was only concealed within their bodies, not possessing any power at all. At most, it would just improve their physiques a little, reducing their illnesses. However, if they cultivated in martial arts, Yin Zhaoga estimated that this Buddha light would very quickly be converted into the foundation of Buddhist martial arts. With this foundation, it would be very easy for them to cultivate in Buddhist martial arts. It had been said in pre-Great Calamity times that Buddhist martial practitioners did not need to cultivate painstakingly, having no bottlenecks or whatnot. All they needed was a resolute heart and a sincere heart to worship Buddha. Thank you for your hospitality, old man. Yin Zhaoga was all smiles as he found an ordinary family. Just happening to see an old man exiting the door, he went over to greet him. Having tested it earlier, Yin Zhaoga had been rather surprised to find that the prevailing language of this world was virtually exactly the same as it had been in pre-Great Calamity times. The few differences were all caused by the passage of time and the changes in history. The cultural heritage here seemed not to have experienced the discontinuity caused by the Great Calamity. Still, there seemed to be traces that someone had cleaned up. For example, "Old man, I am just a passerby. Having just arrived at your precious land, I am not too familiar with this place. May I ask where the temple in the city is? I would like to pay my respects to the Buddha first." Hearing Yin Zhaoga's words, the old man instantly smiled amicably. "You really are a sincere person. This place of ours is small. You could just walk towards the south of the city. You will be able to see it just by looking from the side on the main road." Yin Zhaoga nodded. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with the old man, he asked seemingly unintentionally, "Right, old man, why do I see people worshipping the three purities outside the city?" "Three purities?" The old man was puzzled. "What are the three purities?" "You must have seen wrongly, little brother. The people of this place only worship the Buddha. Have you never seen anyone worship those pesky three purities? Could it be some evil thing?" Yin Zhaoga thought, "It is indeed so. Just like how there were no traces of Buddhism in the world beyond worlds and the eight extremities world, there seem to be no traces of Taoism at all in this world." To be continued. Chapter 831. After going to many places, some big and some small, Yin Zhaoga discovered something. In this world, called the Obscured Way world, there were no traces of the Tao sect's inheritance. The common people had never even heard of the three pure ones. Some people who were knowledgeable and had a strong memory would have seen a few records in the ancient books that mentioned Taoism. However, it couldn't even be considered as unofficial history. It was more like a myth or a legend. In the recent thousands of years of history, there was no trace of Taoism. There were actually records of the Great Calamity here as well. However, in the records, the future Buddha had used his unparalleled might to support the myriad worlds, protecting all living beings and allowing them to safely tide over this great calamity that could have destroyed all life. This became a great merit for the believers to revere the future Buddha even more. Feeling the spiritual chi flow of the Obscured Way world, Yin Zhaoga discovered that this place was indeed very similar to the great thousand worlds of pre-Great Calamity times, just much weaker. While the influence of the Great Calamity had been relatively limited, it had allowed the culture and legacies here to be preserved relatively well. However, it was obvious that someone had tampered with it. Although there were still a few Taoist legends circulating, all the ancient records and ruins had been cleared. Comparing this to the Obscured Way world, a thought involuntarily arose within Yin Zhaoga's mind. Could the world beyond worlds, the eight extremities world, and the vast ocean world have experienced a similar purge as well? It was just that it was the other way around, cleaning up the traces of the Buddhist sections. Other than that, there was still something else that Yin Zhaoga was concerned about. The area of this Obscured Way world was not large, as it was roughly the same size as the eight extremities world. However, this place could accommodate martial practitioners above the third level of the martial saint realm. Yin Zhaoga pondered in his heart. Because of the unique existences like the Pill Hall and the profound sky purple golden furnace disrupting space, and my interference, I might have unintentionally broken a wall that can't be broken under normal circumstances. On one side of the wall was Taoism. Here was the lofty world beyond worlds, while below were the eight extremities world, the vast ocean world, the floating life world, the floating life world, the floating gate world, the flame devil world, and many other lower worlds. In the lower realms here, the power of the heavens and earth was unique, and it was unable to accommodate martial practitioners that had reached the seeing divinity realm. When martial practitioners cultivated to the fourth level of the martial saint realm, they would automatically ascend to the world beyond worlds. The Great Calamity had virtually changed the heavens and the earth here. Many things had to be redone. It was worth mentioning that many of the lower realms might have been formed immediately after the Great Calamity. Meanwhile, the birth of the world beyond worlds might instead be a little later. On the other side of the wall was the Buddhist sect. At the moment, the specific situation was still unclear. He could only see the Obscured Way world in front of him. This place had also been affected by the Great Calamity in the past, but for some reason, the effects had been lesser. It might really be the future Buddha's doing, or it might be something else. At the same time, such a world could accommodate seeing divinity martial saints. Yin Zhaoga lightly rubbed his temples. There are too few things that I can know. If I can come into contact with the peak experts of the Buddhist martial arts here, I should be able to know more things. Perhaps I can also visit a few more worlds. Still, just this Obscured Way world alone is insufficient to make a conclusion. As for the wall, it was only his own guess. There was a possibility that he was wrong. Yin Zhaoge placed his hands on his waist, silently gazing at the obscured way world before him as many thoughts surfaced unceasingly within his mind. The pill hall and the profound sky purple gold furnace were extremely unique. If not for them, with the cultivation bases of Yin Zhaoge and the others who had been vying for the furnace in the foreign dimension back then, they would probably not have been able to break through the wall. Still, while Yin Zhaoge was currently unable to do so, it did not mean that others were unable to do so. At the very least, from Yin Zhaoge's understanding, it should not be a problem for the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors. The Western exalt who had established his Tao with the spatial heavenly scripture might very well be able to do so as well. It was hard to say for Chao, Jie, Zhuang Shun, and the other exalts. The Buddhists definitely had this as well. Since there were people who could break through the wall, yet it still existed and was still functioning, it meant that there was a tacit understanding between the 2 sides of the wall. This sort of tacit understanding was such that most people with low cultivation bases on both sides did not even know of the existence of the wall. Wait, if there really is such a wall, that is the roving jade heavens on the same side as the world beyond worlds? Yin Zhaoge suddenly thought of a question. From what he currently knew, if someone ascended from the lower worlds like the 8 extremities world, the vast ocean world, and the floating gate world, they would all ascend to the world beyond worlds. From a certain perspective, these lower worlds were all beneath the world beyond worlds. Still, the roving jade heavens were clearly not. Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes slightly into slits. Is the roving jade heavens on one side of the wall along with the world beyond worlds, or is it that there is more than one side of the wall, and more than 2 sides have been divided? He decisively entered the myriad dragon palace, interrogating Sun Zhongda once more. Sun Zhongda frowned. Young Master Yin, I've already said all that I can. If you ask me again, I really have nothing to say. I would rather be tortured. Yin Zhaoge did not wait for him to finish as he directly interrupted him, asking, I will not ask you about the roving jade heavens. What I want to ask you is whether you have ever heard of or seen anyone of Buddhism. I am referring to Buddhist disciples who are still alive post-Great Calamity times. Sun Zhongda looked rather surprisedly at Yin Zhaoge before coming to a realization after a while, chortling, Right, your world beyond worlds is extremely secretive about this, never mentioning it at all. Yin Zhaoge gazed indifferently at Sun Zhongda, a chill running down Sun Zhongda's back. He laughed dryly. While I have not met one, I have heard that the future Buddha was still alive post-Great Calamity times, establishing numerous lands of Buddhism. Still, his way of doing things. Sun Zhongda curled his lips. In the words of the profound sovereign, he is a false Buddha. Yin Zhaoge glanced at him, confirming that the future Buddha was still alive. Still daring to speak like this, he really was extraordinarily bold. In this world, the gods are always watching. This is not a false saying. While he appeared far more slick than other sword cultivators, the pride and arrogance of descendants of the prime, clear lineage could be seen from Sun Zhongda. Yin Zhaoge said mildly, the first major figure to evaluate the scriptures of the future Buddha in this way was not your sect's profound sovereign. Instead, it was the heaven-reigning purple tenuity grand sovereign of the 4 imperials of Taoism in pre-Great Calamity times. Sun Zhongda was taken aback. You know about it? Yin Zhaoge did not answer his question. Continue. Tell me everything you know. Sun Zhongda said rather awkwardly, my knowledge is actually limited as well, because I have never personally encountered it. Master also said that martial practitioners of my level should not be able to encounter those of the false Buddhists. Still, if I do encounter them, I will either immediately retreat or directly kill them. If I really kill them, I will have to return to the roving jade heavens as soon as possible. Otherwise, their bigwigs will know that it was me who did it within an extremely short period of time, instantly rushing over. Sun Zhongda's expression turned solemn and resolute. I do not understand the details, but it seems that the great calamity that year and the decline of our Taoism seem to be related to Buddhism. Chapter 832. Yin Zhaoge declined to comment on Sun Zhongda's words. From what he had grasped so far, the future Buddha and the Buddhists were definitely involved in what had happened back then. However, it was still too early to say what role it played in all of this. However, Sun Zhongda's attitude told Yin Zhaoge one thing. The prime clear lineage was clearly at odds with the world beyond worlds when it came to Buddhism. The prime clear lineage's attitude seemed to be more unyielding and radical. Yin Zhaoge was still unable to ascertain whether this was the main reason for the conflict between the roving Jade Heavens and the world beyond worlds. On one hand, Sun Zhongda's current appearance might indeed be because he was enraged. On the other hand, he was actually also probing Yin Zhaoge's attitude. He was gradually beginning to feel that the Yin Zhaoge before him was truly different from most people of the world beyond worlds. It was very different. Yin Zhaoge could tell what he was thinking at a glance. Still, he did not comment on it, as he had Sun Zhongda imprisoned once more before leaving the Myriad Dragon Palace. Continuing traversing the Obscured Way world, Yin Zhaoge grew more and more familiar with the circulation of spiritual qi here as he grew more and more confident. He had already begun searching for a path back to the world beyond worlds. Still, as he grew more and more familiar with the spiritual qi circulation of the Obscured Way world, Yin Zhaoge vaguely felt that something was amiss. Why does it seem like there's a blank space somewhere in this world? Somewhat bemused, Yin Zhaoge followed the spiritual qi vein to search for it. The Obscured Way world was similar in size to the Eight Extremities world. To the current Yin Zhaoge, such an area was already not that big. He quickly found the place he was looking for. Having arrived, seeing the scene before him, Yin Zhaoge could not help but feel even more astonished. It was as if a piece of a painting had been dug out from a middle, and then the part that had been dug out maintained the same height, but moved backwards a few degrees in space. Looking from afar, the picture on the scroll seemed to remain the same. But when he got closer, he would have a twisted feeling. If he changed the angle of his vision, he would notice an obvious problem. It felt like two worlds were overlapping, and there was a clear gap at the border. Yin Zhaoge's current location, or rather, the location of the Obscured Way world, was a painting in the outskirts. In front of him, there was another world. It overlapped with the Obscured Way world, but it was obvious that it didn't merge. It was a somewhat desolate mountain ridge, but there was a faint Buddhist radiance, revealing the true meaning of tranquility in nature. No wonder I felt like there was a huge gap somewhere in this world. So there really is a problem. Yin Zhaoge observed and appraised the mountain range before him that seemed to belong to another world, yet did not know where exactly it was. It was just that as he looked on, Yin Zhaoge suddenly felt as though a voice resounded by his ear. The voice was faintly discernible, as if it was incomparably far away, making it difficult to hear the content clearly. However, it contained an extremely complicated emotion. Disbelief, doubt, shock, anger, sadness, disappointment, brutality, unwillingness, all kinds of emotions fused together, as if they were engraved in the firmament of a universe, eternally inextinguishable. Even though Yin Zhaoge had not clearly heard what that voice was saying at all, he could clearly feel the emotions contained within that voice, just that deep. What kind of resentment and despair did one have to be to brew such emotions? Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly, striding towards that mountain ridge. Still, he quickly discovered that after walking for a while, he had come to a standstill. No matter how hard he tried, he was unable to get any closer to the mountain ridge. While he did not cultivate in the spatial heavenly scripture and the immortal trapping sword, Yin Zhaoge's comprehension of the profundities of space had already reached a certain level, being far from what his current cultivation level could comprehend. Yet, he was still unable to approach that mountain ridge. What Yin Zhaoge cared about was that he was unable to feel any restrictions, formations, or fist intents set up by someone else here. He was also unable to feel any spiritual qi fluctuations. Everything seemed normal. Yet, while that mountain ridge seemed right before his eyes, it was still far away by the horizon at the end of the day. It is not that there are no restrictions here. Instead, the one who set them up is too powerful, Yin Zhaoge frowned. being unable to detect any traces of it at all. The other party's cultivation base was high to the point of being limitless. It was probably one of those bigwigs of legend. Who could it be? As Yin Zhaoge pondered, that voice suddenly resounded by his ear once more. That intense emotion virtually caused Yin Zhaoge's mind to become unstable as he very nearly went berserk. This time, Yin Zhaoge vaguely heard its contents. 2 words. Teacher. The violent roar seemed to resound from every point in the river of time, traversing the past, present, and future. Gazing at that mountain ridge, Yin Zhaoge pondered, did it originate from that world? From that mountain ridge, he entered the myriad dragon palace, asking, "Were you able to hear the voice just now?" Ahu and Xiao AI both had blank looks on their faces. Feng Yinsheng hesitated before answering. It was indistinct. It seemed like I heard the voice, yet also felt like it wasn't there. I even thought that I had heard wrongly. Yin Zhaoge asked, "Were you able to clearly hear its contents?" Feng Yinsheng shook her head. Yin Zhaoge pondered for a moment before asking Sun Zhongda. Sun Zhongda's answer was similar to Feng Yinsheng's. One has to be a martial saint, at the very least, to be able to hear that voice. Yin Zhaoge pondered. The stronger one is, the easier it is to hear it. Feng Yunsheng was constantly accompanied by the cold sun divine saber, her soul highly attuned to the saber. Thus, she had been able to hear it, unlike Ahu and Xiao AI, who had been completely oblivious to it. Yin Zhaoge attempted to approach that mountain ridge again, yet was still unable to succeed. He returned to the obscured way world, searching for a place where people lived nearby and asking them about that mountain ridge. Unexpectedly, that place was actually a famous sacred ground in the surrounding area. It was just that the name of this place shocked Yin Zhaoge to the point of being unable to speak for a long time. Sage Buddha Peak is a blessed land. We mortals are naturally unable to go there. Only those who are sincere in their devotion to Buddha would be able to enter such a place. That is a place where Buddhas cultivate, free of worries, free of hatred, free of tribulations, free from all worries. Sage Buddha Peak. What does this Sage Buddha refer to? It is naturally the Namo victorious fighting Buddha. It is said that this Sage Buddha Peak was once also known as Two Boundaries Mountain, originally known as Five Elements Mountain. Yin Zhaoge was already no longer in the mood to listen to the rest of the rambling. He gazed dazedly towards the horizon, only feeling that it was absurd for a mountain ridge that did not seem to be of this world. Five Elements Mountain, Two Boundaries Mountain, Sage Buddha Peak, Namo victorious fighting Buddha. Isn't that? Yin Zhaoge had a strange expression on his face. I know that this world also has the legend of Journey to the West. Still, that monkey should have left Five Elements Mountain and gone to the Western Heavens to obtain scriptures before finally attaining the status of the victorious fighting Buddha. Could it be that it is not just space that has been distorted here? Time here has been distorted as well. Going back to ancient times, Yin Zhaoge felt like his mind was rather lacking now. Wait, I still seem unable to confirm whose voice that was. Or was it someone else who occupied this place after the monkey escaped? Still, since the people of the obscured way world next to this place call that place Sage Buddha Peak, who else could it be other than that person? Chapter 833. The legend of the journey to the West existed in this world as well, and it was one of the most important parts of it. Due to the limited information he had on hand and the long history, Yin Zhaoge knew that some details were ominous. While many legends of this world were similar to the stories in Yin Zhaoge's memories, there were also many discrepancies. For example, in the version of Journey to the West that Yin Zhaoge had read, apart from the Lord of Tao and virtue of the Grand Clear lineage, who is also the Supreme Elder Lord, the Lord of Primordial Beginning of the Jade Clear lineage, and the Lord of Numinous Treasure of the Prime Clear lineage had also been mentioned. While they did not appear officially, they were mentioned briefly. For example, after the Tathagata Buddha had subdued the monkey, the Jade Emperor had held a peaceful heavens assembly to express his gratitude. The three clear lineages had all attended. Speaking of which, the status and authority of the three clear lineages were not particularly respected in that story. Of course, later generations would inevitably come up with many hypotheses based on their personal understanding of the story. However, in this world, only the Elder Lord was mentioned in the legend of the journey to the west. The Lord of primordial beginning and the Lord of numinous treasure were not mentioned at all. It was unknown if they had been lost due to the passage of time or some other reason. In any case, in this world, the Lord of primordial beginning and the Lord of numinous treasure seemed to not exist. Still, everyone knew that the three clear lineages had all transcended together. Therefore, Yin Zhaoge had always been puzzled about this. This was because it interfered with his tidying up of the historical timeline of this world. Many major events in history could not be easily determined. While this might seem unimportant, in this world where divinities were everywhere, a single mistake in judgment might cause a huge problem. The cultivation bases of the three clear lineages are hard to fathom and estimate. Still, since the three of you have already transcended, don't make us descendants suffer. Yin Zhaoge smiled bitterly. He gazed at that mountain and fell into deep thought. While the legend of the journey to the west was somewhat different from what he remembered, there were many similarities. For example, the great sage who battled the heavens and fought the earth, and how he was ultimately suppressed by the Gautama Buddha beneath the 5 elements mountain formed of the 5 fingers. Afterwards, the Sanzang monk released him from the mountain, and the master and disciple went to the west to obtain scriptures. Finally, Tripitaka attained the Buddha of sandalwood merit. Monkey Son attained the victorious fighting Buddha, and so on. Regardless of the small details, the general direction was still the same. In other words, since the mountain range before them was once the 5-element mountain and 2-boundary mountain, and now it was called St. Buddha Peak by the people of the Obscured Way world, then it ought to be the place where Great Sage Sun resided after he became a Buddha, or perhaps the name was changed to commemorate and worship him after he became a Buddha. However, the owner of the voice revealed an irrepressible resentment in his tone, as if he was imprisoned here. Yin Zhaoge could not understand this at all. Even if that monkey became a Buddha, he might not really have a good temper. Yin Zhaoge speculated. Could it be that he imprisoned someone? His disciple? While this was what he was thinking, Yin Zhaoge had a vague intuition. The owner of that voice was none other than the legendary Great Sage, Heaven's Equal. However, if that really was him, then the legend of the journey to the west was extremely ancient, much earlier than the Great Calamity. How could he still be trapped under the 5 Elements Mountain? He should have broken free a long time ago, gone to the Western Paradise to seek scriptures and obtain the Tao fruit. The locals of the Obscured Way world called this place St. Buddha Peak, clearly proving this point as well. Then, could it be that the monkey who had already attained the Buddha fruit and become the Namo victorious fighting Buddha had been secretly suppressed by someone afterwards, few people knowing about it? Or was it that the space and time of this mountain range was different from the current time? The space and time of this mountain range were traced back to the time when the monkey had been trapped beneath the 5 Elements Mountain that year and had yet to be released by Tripitaka. The scenes that he was seeing now actually belonged to the past. The time of St. Buddha Peak was different from that of the Obscured Way world, the world beyond worlds, and the world after the Great Calamity. Many questions and guesses instantly surfaced within Yin Zhaoge's mind. It was just that these guesses were very hard to verify now. Yin Zhaoge flew towards that mountain range once more. Passing through the gap where the 2 worlds overlapped yet did not merge, Yin Zhaoge attempted to ascend that legendary 5 Elements Mountain. Sadly, his attempt ended in failure once more. No matter what method he used to approach the mountain range, the distance between him and the mountain range did not shrink at all. The other party just stood there in the distance, seemingly so close, yet so far away. It was not that Yin Zhaoge did not gain anything as he gained a deeper understanding of the environment before him. This is not just a simple change in space. Instead, someone has set up a restriction here. Even if I cultivate in the spatial heavenly scripture or the immortal trapping sword, it would be useless. I would have to raise my cultivation base to a certain level before I would be able to dispel this restriction. Yin Zhaoge's eyes narrowed slightly into slits. It would also be very difficult for me to do so. The foundation of this restriction is not Taoist martial arts, but Buddhist martial arts that I am relatively unfamiliar with. Actually, there had also been some Buddhist martial arts in the martial repository of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace in the past. Still, their levels had been comparatively lower as they had lacked those peak, famous supreme martial arts. While Yin Zhaoge had rarely cultivated in them, he had still generally browsed through them. Therefore, he was able to see through the foundation of the restriction before him now. It looks like I will not be able to ascend the mountain within a short period of time. Yin Zhaoge lightly rubbed his temples, sighing, still, what exactly is there that makes me so concerned? Amidst his thoughts, Yin Zhaoge's heart suddenly jolted slightly as he gazed in another direction. A few figures suddenly appeared in the distant horizon. Next, they instantly sped over in the direction of Five Elements Mountain. Gazing over, Yin Zhaoge saw that they were all garbed in kasayas, the top of their heads shining with the scar of a monk. Some wielded vajra scepters, some held prayer beads, some wielded monk's blades, some wielded spades. There were various Buddhist weapons in their hands. When they saw Yin Zhaoge, they all uttered Buddhist mantras. There are actually still people who have entered this obscured way world, even coming to the forbidden ground. Disciples of the external Tao, let go of your obsessions and ascend to the other side soon. The monks roared in unison, Buddhist light that shot to the heavens converging together, vast as the sea of smoke as it enveloped the entire sky. Buddhist chanting resounded throughout the heavens and the earth, a great, roiling tide surging over towards Yin Zhaoge. From the looks of it, they actually did not intend to argue with Yin Zhaoge at all. Amidst his bewilderment, Yin Zhaoge raised his brows. Just as he was about to make a move, his heart suddenly jolted. Gazing over, he saw another group of people suddenly appearing from another direction, also approaching Yin Zhaoge. Gazing over carefully, he saw that they were Gao Qing and the other descendants of the prime, clear lineage whom he had parted ways with earlier. Currently, Gao Qing and the others were also clashing with others, retreating as they fought. Those who were clashing with them were shockingly a group of Buddhist martial practitioners as well. Seeing Yin Zhaoge, as well as the Buddhist disciples who were attacking from another direction, Gao Qing and the others were all taken aback. To be continued. Chapter 834. Seeing Gao Qing and the others, Yin Zhaoge guessed that they had previously been investigating the obscured way world as well, attempting to find a path back to the roving Jade Heavens. Gao Qing's group must have discovered a problem by following the spiritual qi circulation and thus found their way over to Five Elements Mountain. Clearly, however, they had encountered another wave of Buddhist martial practitioners before Yin Zhaoge had. The group of monks were all solemn and dignified, Buddha light enveloping their bodies as they emanated the true intent of tranquility. These Buddhist martial practitioners were not all that vicious in their attacks. Still, they were resolute and tough, all of them glaring angrily. With a simple glance, Yin Zhaoge knew that these Buddhist martial practitioners were very similar to those of pre-Great Calamity times. Buddhist martial arts and Taoist martial arts had different classifications. Before transcending that year, the current Buddha had created a different martial path for them based on the foundation established by the Lord of Tao and virtue of the Grand Clear lineage. Still, there were still some similarities between the two sides. All these years, Taoist martial practitioners had also gotten used to using their own classifications to measure Buddhist martial practitioners. It was just that the current era was already very different from when the Gautama Buddha had sat in the central whirling world in the era of the journey to the West. The pros and cons could only be determined by time. Currently, the foundation of Buddhist martial practitioners' cultivation was the Buddha light within their bodies. This Buddha light helped them raise their cultivation bases and increase their strength, making it much easier for them as compared to Taoist martial practitioners. There was no need for great talent or great comprehension abilities. As long as one had a devout heart towards Buddhism and a firm and resolute conviction, their cultivation bases and strength would be able to advance by leaps and bounds. The threshold was low and the effects were quick. Still, at the same cultivation level, their average cultivation bases were lower than that of Taoist martial practitioners. This was because their comprehension of martial arts and the principles of the heavens and the earth were insufficient for their current cultivation level. It was somewhat like knowing how it was, but not knowing why. Still, while Buddhist martial practitioners were weaker than Taoist martial practitioners at the same cultivation level, there was a problem that could not be overlooked. It was easier for Buddhist martial practitioners to break through to higher cultivation levels. Thus, a problem arose. At the same cultivation level, Buddhist martial practitioners often had an advantage in numbers. This was the current situation. Gao Qing and the other prime clear direct lineage disciples clearly possessed outstanding cultivation bases. Yet, they were currently being surrounded and attacked by Buddhist experts who far outnumbered them. There were also more than just one or two of them who were equivalent to Taoist Immortal Bridge martial saints. Yin Zhaoge was also facing the same problem. However, his expression did not change. He casually summoned the heaven and earth devouring box, and the terrifying devouring power immediately blocked a large number of the enemy's attacks. Grandmasters, what about the cultivation of monks? Yin Zhaoge laughed lightly. While Buddhists also have fire, isn't this a little too rash? The leading monk chanted the name of Buddha before saying, "Benefactor, your words are incorrect. Since you have appeared here, it has already explained everything. We can only help you escape from the sea of bitterness." Huh? Yin Zhaoge was momentarily unable to understand the meaning of this monk's words. "You recognize me?" The monk shook his head as he raised the vajra in his hand. "I don't know him, but since he's from the other side, it's all the same." Yin Zhaoge first frowned before relaxing. "So that's how it is. I seem to understand a little." With his hands behind his back, he stood motionless in the same place. His opponent's Buddhist light was resplendent, but his ferocious attacks were unable to break through the heaven-devouring earth box. Streams of Buddhist true essence and spiritual qi were all devoured by the long howl that resembled a black hole, vanishing without a trace. The external path is strong and prosperous. We should use an even greater method to guide it. The group of monks chanted in unison. They formed a line, those at the back placing their hands on the shoulders of those at the front. A moment later, the Buddhist light transformed into a streak of radiance that seemed tangible. Golden scales, silver beards, auspicious qi, auspicious clouds on its four claws. The roar of a dragon resounded from its mouth. It was a Mahayana Buddhist scripture. The power of the monks merged as one, their martial true intent manifesting as an incomparably ferocious golden dragon that rampaged between the heavens and the earth, lunging towards Yin Zhaoge. The meaning of Buddhist scriptures was shockingly inscribed on the golden scales of that dragon. As it traversed space, it directly shook and broke apart. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge smiled relaxedly. Good move. He reached out and patted the heaven-devouring earth box, the massive box mightily opening before dense, white sword qi suddenly flew out from within. The sword qi intersected, separating the heavens and the earth. An incalculable amount of brutal sword qi unceasingly hacked down on the body of that Buddhist golden dragon, resembling rain falling on a banana leaf. Streams of golden radiance exploded unceasingly, numerous dragon scales falling unceasingly. The chanting gradually died down as the pained groans of the monks resounded within the air. Yin Zhaoge was not in a hurry to deal a heavy blow. He wanted to see what methods the other party had. This was the first time he was clashing with a Buddhist martial practitioner. After today, he might not have another chance to return to the world beyond worlds for a very long time. While that golden dragon looked like it was on the verge of collapse as it endured the concentrated attacks of the sword qi that resembled a tempestuous storm, it forcibly held on and did not dissipate. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Its defensive power is very strong. This can also be considered a variant of the golden body of Buddhism. While the defensive power of the golden dragon was strong, the The sword chi within the heaven-devouring earth box seemed infinite and limitless as it continued to launch a frenzied, impenetrable attack. The next moment, however, the black metal box abruptly closed. The tempestuous storm from earlier suddenly vanished at this moment. Without the slightest delay, a terrifying suction force emanated from within the heaven-devouring earth box once more, seeking to devour the sun and moon as well as the stars. The golden dragon that was bitterly holding on, its entire body riddled with wounds, was forcibly devoured by the black hole formed of the heaven-devouring earth box. Disperse! The leading monk roared. At this critical moment, the golden dragon suddenly dissipated, numerous figures reappearing. The Buddhist martial practitioners simultaneously coughed up blood as they stumbled backwards in retreat, bitterly resisting the suction force of the heaven-devouring earth box. Yin Zhaoge smiled. "Are there any new tricks?" Amidst his words, his gaze suddenly flickered slightly as he swiveled his head, seeing a hole mightily open amid space in the distance as a massive figure that resembled a mountain appeared. Gazing over, Yin Zhaoge saw that it was shockingly a massive white elephant that resembled jade all over as it strode through the universe. The massive white elephant strode forward, arriving before Yin Zhaoge from the horizon. On the head of the white elephant stood a young monk who appeared to be around 30 years of age. He lowered his head to look at Yin Zhaoge, Gao Qing, and the others, muttering to himself in a low voice. Was it these evil devils of the external Tao that caused the restrictions of the forbidden ground to weaken? Or was it the weakening of the restrictions that drew these evil devils over? This monk's gaze lingered on Gao Qing and the others for a moment longer. Prime, clear, direct lineage? He swiveled his head to look at Yin Zhaoge. You are of the prime, clear lineage like them. Or are you from the world beyond worlds? Yin Zhaoge, however, was staring at his white elephant. After seeing that there were only 2 tusks and not 6, he could not help but smile. I was still wondering if it could be a powerful expert like the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva. As expected, it's not. To be continued. Chapter 835. Sitting atop the head of the white elephant, the young monk said slowly as he looked at Yin Zhaoge. This poor monk naturally cannot compare to the Samantabhadra Bodhisattva. Still, he also possesses thunderous methods to subdue those of the external Tao. The sea of bitterness knows no bounds. Repent and be saved. Benefactor, you should convert to Buddhism as soon as possible. Yin Zhaoge appraised that young monk all over. Buddhism and Taoism had different classifications of cultivation realms, and the aura of true essence was also different. Without truly fighting, it would be very difficult to determine the other party's strength through observation alone. In terms of their own cultivation realm, it would be difficult to judge the other party's strength. However, compared to the other Buddhist sect cultivators present, this young monk was clearly different. The skin that was exposed outside the kasaya glowed with a bluish-green light like glass. Yin Zhaoge said mildly, "Master must be joking. This Yin still has no intention of shaving his head." That young monk said, "Benefactors, you have left the world beyond worlds and the roving jade heavens to come here. While you hold stubbornness, your talents are definitely top-notch. It is just a pity that you have become engrossed in the external Tao. I've enlightened a few heretic geniuses like you in the past. To enter my Buddhist sect, you don't have to shave your head. You just have to have Buddha in your heart. With Buddha in your heart, there is no place that isn't a pure land." Yin Zhaoge's pupils abruptly dilated slightly. This was not the first time that Yin Zhaoge had come across the term illumination. Originally, it meant to expiate and enlighten. Buddha said that all living beings are equal. Once one understands one's nature, one can become a Buddha. One can see one's self and prove one's Tathagata. But now that the Buddha ancestor had transcended and the future Buddha was presiding over the central whirling world, with the passage of time, the meaning of illumination had gradually changed. Yin Zhaoge had never personally seen it before. However, there were some simple records of it in the martial repository of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. It was just a few strokes, but it was a shocking sight. Illuminate, huh? Yin Zhaoge stared at the other party. You want to forcibly subdue my mind and will, making me worship the future Buddha? The young monk shook his head and said gently, I didn't force it. Every living being has a Buddha nature and is born on the righteous path. It's just that the world is full of bitterness, and there are countless evil devils causing trouble. That's why some living beings deviated from the righteous path and entered the evil devil path. The Buddha is merciful and delivers all living beings from suffering. Although Benefactor is on the unorthodox path, I believe that Benefactor has the heart to repent and return to the right path. Listen to the teachings of the Buddha, and it will awaken Benefactor's Buddha nature. Convert to the Buddha and return to the right path. Yin Zhaoge chuckled. This yin appreciates Master's good intentions. It is said that the fragrance of plum blossoms comes from the bitter cold, and the edge of a treasured sword can only be sharpened after being sharpened. It is better for me to stay in this sea of bitterness for a while longer. As for when and how to jump out, it is none of your business. The young monk smiled. Benefactor, don't be so stubborn. Otherwise, you might be lost in it forever, never to be freed. He said indifferently, Buddha is merciful, and this disciple will follow suit. It's better for this poor monk to help the benefactor. It's also a merit. Accompanied by his words, the massive white elephant beneath him that resembled a mountain suddenly raised its front foot, then stomped downwards towards Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge ignored it as another figure suddenly appeared in front of him. While his body was still that of black and white, his expression was already no longer that of a naive, silly, adorable one. A ferocious light flickered within his eyes as a low roar resounded, directly suppressing the majestic chanting of Sanskrit in the surroundings. Pan Pan suddenly appeared, blocking before Yin Zhaoge as he stood up like a human. His figure mightily enlarged, growing with the wind as he instantly reached a height where his head touched the heavens and his feet touched the earth, his figure even larger than that white elephant. Standing up, Pan Pan extended a forepaw, sweeping away the raised front foot of that white elephant. His other forepaw was raised, directly slapping down on the head of the white elephant. A deafening boom resounded as that massive white elephant that resembled a continuous mountain range was mightily sent into retreat by Pan Pan's claw. Everyone was startled. Then, Pan Pan roared as he strode forward, grabbing one of that white elephant's tusks before grabbing that long trunk with his other claw. The white elephant howled in pain, boundless power erupting from its body. Dragon elephants had always been the representation of power. As the white elephant's power erupted at this moment, it could easily overturn the heavens and overturn the earth. However, Pan Pan grabbed the tusk with his front claw, forcibly throwing that white elephant to the ground. As the white elephant's massive frame slammed into the ground, the entire obscured way world quaked intensely at this moment. The great earth around where the two clashed directly shattered and collapsed, life forms plunging into misery and suffering. The massive elephant struggled unceasingly, crushing the already shattered earth beneath it into a massive, deep abyss. However, no matter how it struggled, it was still pressed firmly onto the ground by Pan Pan, unable to get up. Glazed greenish-blue Buddha light flickered unceasingly, yet numerous black holes appeared on Pan Pan's body, completely devouring that Buddha light. Pan Pan let out a low roar, exerting force with his other claw that was grabbing onto the elephant's trunk, actually forcibly breaking it apart. The white elephant let out a heaven-shocking, earth-shaking roar as it was in so much pain that it wished it was dead, its struggle abruptly increasing. Pan Pan continued howling madly, still pressing this massive elephant firmly beneath his claw. Everyone stared wide-eyed and tongue-tied at this scene, seemingly seeing a Buddha's head being twisted off by a great demon. That young monk's expression had changed slightly as he had wanted to make a move when Pan Pan had sent that massive elephant stumbling back with a single palm. At the same time, however, a massive palace appeared above Yin Zhaoge's head. The door of the hall opened, a figure flying out from within at lightning speed as everyone was virtually unable to follow his movements at all. This figure seemed to completely ignore the obstruction of space and the flow of time as he immediately arrived before that young monk as soon as he appeared. Only that young monk's appearance could barely be seen clearly. It was none other than Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone. The Northern Ocean clone's acupoints shuddered, boundless majestic power erupting as he punched towards this young monk. The young monk was somewhat unable to keep up with the Northern Ocean clone's speed. He could only deal with the myriad changes by remaining unchanging, greenish-blue Buddha light instantly condensing around his body, resembling the essence of glazed glass as it enveloped his entire body. Streams of golden Buddha light shot out from within the glazed glass, forming a sturdy and indestructible golden body which blocked the Northern Ocean clone's iron fist at that critical moment. In virtually just an instant, cracks appeared on the surface of the glazed glass. What a ferocious fist force! Yet, I did not discover his existence earlier. The young monk's gaze sunk. It is equivalent to a Taoist martial practitioner at the peak of the 6th level of the martial saint realm, the late seeing divinity stage. Facing the Northern Ocean clone, he was unable to care about the white elephant any longer, as he could only watch helplessly as the white elephant was smashed to the ground by Pan Pan. Gao Qing and the others were similarly shocked by this. They could vaguely tell that Yin Zhaoge's Northern Ocean clone should actually be a mid-seeing divinity martial saint. Also, he should have just broken through into the 5th level of the martial saint realm. The Northern Ocean clone did not retract his hand despite having his fist blocked as he smiled coldly. "Great monk, it is still this Yin who will send you off." With that, he changed his fist into a claw, his other hand reaching out as well. His 10 fingers resembled chisels as they forcibly pierced into the glazed glass before forcefully ripping it apart. An ear-piercing, shattering sound resounded as the glazed glass resembled falling rain as it sprinkled down towards the great earth down below. To be continued. Chapter 836. The Northern Ocean clone formed claws with his hands, forcibly ripping apart the protective Buddha light formed of that young monk's true essence. After the initial shock, the young monk quickly calmed down. He raised both of his hands and spread his fingers like a blooming lotus. The Buddha light transformed into a golden lotus before mightily descending towards the head of the Northern Ocean clone. This monk's protective Buddha light had been able to forcibly resist a blow from the Northern Ocean clone without immediately being broken through. This meant that he similarly possessed a cultivation base close to the 6th level of the martial saint realm. Buddhist martial artists who could reach this level of cultivation, regardless of their personality, talent, or comprehension, at the very least, their willpower was abnormally firm. While he was shocked by the Northern Ocean clone's sudden appearance and great strength, even facing a crisis of life and death, this monk still instantly made the most appropriate response. Being inferior to the Northern Ocean clone in terms of speed, wanting to increase the distance between them was completely wishful thinking. The protective Buddha light was unable to withstand the Northern Ocean clone's attacks for a long period of time. Since that was the case, he might as well use offense against offense and force his opponent to withdraw his attack and save him. Otherwise, both sides would suffer. The Northern Ocean clone broke through his Buddha light, his figure coming to a halt. At this moment, his advantage in speed was equivalent to no longer existing. This instant was also the only chance for the young monk to attack, and he had grasped it extremely well. The whistling golden lotus atop the Buddha carried a heavy, oppressive force as it smashed down towards the Northern Ocean clone like a collapsing Mount Meru. That might was even more terrifying and heavy than a huge white elephant leaping into the air and landing on the ground with its 4 legs. The space above the Northern Ocean clone's head distorted and collapsed, collapsing unceasingly. He looked up at the golden lotus, then let out a cold laugh as he pulled back his left hand and flipped it up into the air. It was as if a true dragon had emerged from the sea and charged into the highest heavens. The dragon's shadow and the golden lotus collided. The dragon's shadow shattered, and the golden lotus was completely destroyed. The Northern Ocean clone's right hand transformed from a claw into a fist once more, resembling the tip of a great spear as it continued punching towards his opponent's heart. The young monk's palms were simultaneously blocked by the Northern Ocean clone's left hand, unable to descend any further. His expression changed slightly as he sucked in a deep breath. His Kasaya lit up with golden light, forming a final barrier around him that helped him block this punch of the Northern Ocean clone. The golden light suddenly swayed like a flickering lamp in the wind and rain. If not for this Buddhist mid-grade sacred artifact blocking it for him in time, this blow of the Northern Ocean clone, which substituted a spear with his fist, might have pierced through his chest. The young monk forcibly received this punch of the Northern Ocean clone, making use of this chance to drift backwards and retreat. Yet, the Northern Ocean clone continuously advanced, immediately punching over once more. The young monk could only retreat again and again, withdrawing his hands to defend bitterly. At this moment, even if he wanted to retaliate, he didn't have the strength to spare. The Northern Ocean clone consecutively punched out several times, leaving the other party completely unable to parry as his figure flickered, suddenly appearing behind that young monk. He reached out with both hands and grabbed the monk's vital acupoint from behind. It was as if a black hole had appeared in each of his palms, firmly sucking in his opponent's body and forcefully devouring his opponent's strength. The young monk's back went numb, and he immediately felt his body gradually losing its strength. His true essence and Buddha aura were rapidly draining away. Although he was shocked, he did not panic. The Buddha's aura is bestowed by Gautama Buddha, and it is inauspicious to lose it. However, once the Buddha's aura enters your body, it can make you convert to Buddhism. Gazing over, he saw that the Northern Ocean clone's expression was as per usual, as no Buddha's aura surged from the surface of his body. Yet, martial true intent surged above the Northern Ocean clone's head, condensing into a concrete image. What was manifested was not a Kunpung or a true dragon, but a Tao Tai. That young monk's heart abruptly sank. The Tao I's ability to devour the heavens and devour the earth was unique, as it did not directly absorb the true essence of others like some supreme arts of the devilish Tao, seizing their essence. This Buddha's aura had been devoured by the Northern Ocean clone with the art of the Tao Tai. The same principle applied to Pan Pan, who was currently trampling that white elephant beneath his feet. The monk's Kasaya flickered with Buddha's light, helping him to block the Northern Ocean clone's power. Yet, the radiance of the mid-grade sacred artifact, the precipitous golden armor, similarly appeared on the Northern Ocean clone's body, entangling with that Kasaya and suppressing its power. This young monk could only forcibly exert his strength, attempting to break free of the Northern Ocean clone's grasp so as to avoid being captured alive. The other Buddhist martial practitioners did not just stand by and watch as they instead shot towards Yin Zhaoge, the Northern Ocean clone, and Pan Pan. The Northern Ocean clone and Pan Pan ignored them as they focused on dealing with their opponents. Yin Zhaoge controlled the black metal box before him, transforming into a black hole as it displayed the power to devour the heavens and devour the earth, devouring the attacks of the other party. Seeing this, the Buddhist martial practitioners who had been attacking Gao Qing and the others hurriedly abandoned them, lunging towards Yin Zhaoge as well. Yin Zhaoge's gaze was filled with baleful intent as he lightly patted the heaven-swallowing, earth-devouring box once more. Instantly, countless sword chis were emitted once more, obscuring the heavens and covering the earth as they shot towards the Buddhist martial practitioners, obstructing their path. Since you are already here, there is no need for the others to remain. Looking at that young monk, Yin Zhaoge smiled. A disciple of the prime clear lineage beside him hurriedly said, "Don't kill them here." Yin Zhaoge raised his brows slightly as Sun Zhongda's word from back then flashed through his mind. If I encounter Buddhists, I will either immediately retreat or directly kill them. If I really kill them, I will have to return to the roving jade heavens as soon as possible. Otherwise, their bigwigs will know that it was me who did it within an extremely short period of time, instantly rushing over. This descendant of the prime clear lineage before him clearly had the same concerns. Yin Zhaoge had already noticed this earlier. Gao Qing included, not just a single disciple of the prime clear lineage had been carrying some Buddhist martial practitioners as they had fled earlier. It seemed like they had already clashed with Buddhist martial practitioners before, heavily injuring them before capturing them alive. Next, they had been caught up to by yet another batch of enemies here as they had been embroiled in battle. Gao Qing and the others possessed extraordinary strength. It was just that they had been carrying the captives while facing the encirclement of a bunch of Buddhist martial practitioners that they had appeared to be in rather dire straits. Afterwards, they had thrown the Buddhist martial practitioners they had captured away, letting loose as they had immediately regained the upper hand. Still, they still had not killed the Buddhist martial practitioners they had captured after having been heavily injured by them earlier. This was not because the disciples of the prime clear lineage could not bear to do so. Instead, they were worried that if they were unable to return to the roving Jade Heavens as soon as possible, there would immediately be extremely powerful peak Buddhist experts in pursuit. The other party advised Yin Zhaoge, "Don't be skeptical. This is a lesson that the seniors of our sect have learnt from countless experiences." He pointed at those monks. "The future Buddha is lofty and lofty. Perhaps he does not care about them. Still, there are still other Buddhist bigwigs aside from him. As soon as they die, the other party will clearly know who the killer is, being able to ascertain the location and swiftly descend. If they are Buddhist bigwigs with sufficiently high cultivation bases, they will arrive in an instant." While the expression of that young monk who was being restrained by the Northern Ocean clone was rather gloomy, he was still calm as he said calmly, "Benefactor, please reconsider. Do not continue to be so obstinate. Lay down the butcher's knife and attain Buddhahood on the spot. Benefactor, you are currently only of the external Tao. However, if you continue to err, you will inevitably sink into the devilish Tao. At that time, it will be too late for regrets. While our Buddha has the ability to mercifully illuminate others, it also has the flames of rage to vanquish devils." Yin Zhaoge chuckled. "You mean that while you can illuminate me, I cannot kill you?" A disciple of the prime clear lineage hurriedly said, "The world beyond worlds is not willing to be embroiled in trouble. If you are really indignant, you can capture him and follow us back to the roving Jade Heavens. At that time, you can cut him into 1,000 pieces as you like." Before he had finished speaking, Yin Zhaoge laughed. "Why would it be so troublesome?" Saying thus, he directly raised his palm, striking down towards the head of a Buddhist martial practitioner who was cleaving towards him with a monk's knife. To be continued. Chapter 837. Yin Zhaoge raised his palm, striking down towards the head of a Buddhist martial practitioner. Those Buddhist martial practitioners were greatly shocked, while the prime clear lineage disciples were rather exasperated. Why don't you listen to advice? It was fine if Yin Zhaoge was willful. Still, they who had yet to leave this place in time would be affected as well. The arrival of a Buddhist bigwig would not just block Yin Zhaoge here. They would be trapped here as well. Yin Zhaoge smiled as he descended with his palm, instantly shattering the head of that Buddhist martial practitioner. In the instant that monk died, rays of Buddha light burst forth from his body. Then, he tore through the void and left. This Buddha light did not possess any offensive power, also not emanating any powerful aura. Still, it completely disregarded the power of Yin Zhaoge and the heaven-swallowing, earth-devouring box. It was as if they were on different levels, as they would not come into contact, even if they encountered each other. Yin Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal was powerful enough to distort the very heavens and the earth. Yet, in the eyes of the golden light, it seemed illusory and transparent as it directly passed through the palm force. Before that unique Buddha light, the terrifying, devouring power of the heaven-swallowing, earth-devouring box was like an illusory bubble. Yin Zhaoge believed that even if he took out the extreme Yang seal or the evil sword Tao Tai, he would still be unable to destroy or obstruct this Buddha light. Without being able to touch it, everything would be futile. Still, that Buddha light was definitely not an illusory illusion. Yin Zhaoge was certain that as long as this Buddha light flew away, a Buddhist bigwig would immediately descend upon this place. It could be a Buddhist expert equivalent to an immortal bridge martial saint of Taoism. It could also be a peak expert equivalent to a peak martial saint of Taoism, a human exalt. It could also be a Buddhist bigwig equivalent to an emperor or even a sovereign of Taoism. According to what Sun Zhongda and the other prime clear lineage disciples had said, the higher their cultivation base, the faster they would arrive. It was not impossible for them to instantly descend and immediately appear. The smile at the corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth did not diminish as the power within his palm suddenly changed, chaos concealed within. He circulated the peerless heavenly scripture. Amidst chaos, there was no prior, no after, no near, no far, no near, the beginning of all things, the end of all things. Yin Zhaoge's palm descended once more now. That Buddha light shook slightly as it was involuntarily plunged into chaos, being directly extinguished and vanishing without a trace. The details within were indeed something that only Yin Zhaoge himself could understand. In the eyes of others, they could only see Yin Zhaoge slay that Buddhist martial practitioner with a single palm before Buddha light flickered. Seeing this, the prime clear lineage martial practitioners all supported their foreheads with their hands, sighing towards the heavens. You of the world beyond worlds have never had any dealings with Buddhism before. Yet, you just love to show off your momentary anger, harming us as well. It was instead Gao Qing who looked at Yin Zhaoge with bright eyes. Oh, you are so straightforward. Her fellow disciples smiled bitterly. Junior sister, he's happy, but we're all miserable. Let's quickly leave this place and return to roving jade heavens. We don't have the time to investigate the abnormality in the distant mountain. Right now, I can only hope that the cultivation bases of the Buddhist cultivators who are rushing over are not too high. That way, we will still have time and a chance to escape. Amidst his words, Yin Zhaoge's palms descended, killing one Buddhist martial practitioner after another. As the prime clear lineage's successors watched this scene, their lips twitched even further. Those Buddhist martial practitioners instead calmed down as they looked at Yin Zhaoge, as though they had already seen death as a homecoming. That young monk who had been restrained by the Northern Ocean clones said calmly, "This poor monk and our fellow disciples do not fear death. Death is but the beginning of life. Purging karma, entering a strange blessed land, one can precisely escape the sea of bitterness of the human world. As for you, benefactor, having committed such a grave sin and fallen into the devilish Tao, you will naturally receive retribution." A smile actually appeared on the young monk's face. "Benefactor, your retribution is right before your eyes, arriving very soon." Yin Zhaoge similarly smiled. "You don't have to worry about me. You should worry about yourself instead. The reason I have taken care of the other thieving baldies is because I have already captured you alive. I believe that I will be able to obtain more information from you. Of course, I believe that you definitely won't open your mouth easily." Yin Zhaoge bare his teeth in a smile. "Still, that's fine. I have plenty of time and methods to make you open your mouth." That young monk shook his head. "You are delusional. Do you think that these descendants of the prime clear lineage are just scaring you?" He said slowly, "This poor monk just said that your retribution is right before your eyes, benefactor. Oh, I shall wait and see then." Saying thus, Yin Zhaoge casually struck out with a palm, smashing the head of another Buddhist martial practitioner into mush as the eyelids of those in the surroundings all twitched wildly. The descendants of the prime, clear lineage shook their heads repeatedly, turning and leaving. Gao Qing left together with her fellow disciples, waving towards Yin Zhaoge before leaving. "This senior apprentice brother, follow us back to the roving jade heavens. If we enter the roving jade heavens before the peak experts of Buddhism arrive, the other party's trail will have been cut. I appreciate your kind intentions, but there is no need to worry about me." Yin Zhaoge smiled nonchalantly, suddenly asking, "May I ask if your great-grandfather, the Dragon Spring Emperor, is surnamed Long?" Gao Qing answered, "That's right." Yin Zhaoge asked curiously. Do the descendants of the profound sovereign and the Dragon Spring Emperor all follow the profound sovereign's surname Gao? Gao Qing shook her head as though this was only natural. Of course not. I have a granduncle who follows my great-grandfather's surname Long. Yin Zhaoge did not know whether to laugh or to cry. Then why didn't you mention this earlier when Fu Ting hinted at the Dragon Spring Emperor marrying into her family? Gao Qing was taken aback. Was she hinting at this? She asked me why I was surnamed Gao. Then I said that I followed my father's surname, and my father followed my grandfather's surname, and my grandfather followed my great-grandmother's surname. She also didn't ask about my granduncle's lineage. Afterwards, she seemed to be unconvinced by my great-grandfather's cultivation base. Then, I argued with her on this matter. That has nothing to do with my granduncle's lineage. Gao Qing pursed her lips, an unhappy expression on her face, so that was what that big sister Fu meant. The disciples of the prime clear lineage beside her all looked like they didn't know whether to laugh or to be exasperated. With too many things having happened earlier, they had not had the time to discuss this matter with Gao Qing. Now, they could only drag the sullen Gao Qing along as they hurriedly left. Yin Zhaoge seemed to be in thought as he watched them leave. Regaining his wits, Yin Zhaoge smilingly looked at that young monk. All right, it's time for us to have a good chat now. That young monk asked mildly, Benefactor, do you really have the leisure to do so now? Yin Zhaoge smiled. Won't we know just by waiting? Still, there is no point in just waiting. Let's talk as we wait. Saying thus, he directly tapped on that young monk's forehead. A look of pain flashed through the young monk's eyes. He shut his eyes, gritting his teeth as he endured it. Buddhist martial practitioners possessed extremely great willpower and endurance, as this young monk was still barely able to endure many painful tortures that ordinary people would find hard to endure. Still, his greatest motivation for persevering was still the hope of survival. He believed that as long as he persevered, it would not be long before peak experts of his sect arrived. At that time, it would be Yin Zhaoge who would be unable to die even if he wanted to. Who knew that as he waited and waited, time passed unceasingly. Yet there was still no sign of activity at all. The disbelieving expression on the young monk's face was gradually unable to be contained. After such a long time had passed, even a Buddhist martial practitioner of his cultivation base should have rushed over to investigate after receiving news of the deaths of his subordinates. How is it possible that no one could be seen at all now? To be continued. Chapter 838. His hope having been extinguished, the methods that Yin Zhaoge had exerted on that young monk caused the other party to feel exceptionally intense. Yin Zhaoge's methods could sufficiently allow the other party's senses to remain clear and their minds to remain calm. Only in this way could it be convenient for him to ask questions. Of course, the pain brought by the punishment was even more obvious. The young monk gritted his teeth and persevered while using his remaining rationality and calmness to think quickly. The prime clear lineage's immortal exterminating sword doesn't seem like it. My Buddhist martial arts don't seem like it either. Those who believe in demons and evil gods don't seem like it. The first of the 10 primordial heavenly scriptures of the Jade clear lineage, the peerless heavenly scripture, has been lost for too long. It is impossible to confirm. The innate divination inherited from the He-Tu and Luo Shu, the head of the grand pure lineage's grand cosmos, 5 manifestations, the Tai Fist, the faceless demon scripture in the 9 underworlds. In an instant, a few possibilities flashed through the young monk's mind. I haven't heard any news about these 3 martial arts legacies for a long time. Which one of them has reappeared? But no matter which one it was, it couldn't change a fact. If not for the fact that the peak figures of Buddhism had some special considerations and were intentionally not making a move, Yin Zhaoge must have the ability to obstruct the transmission of the Buddha light. Even if his group was killed here, the Buddhist experts who were stronger than him would not know about it. It was very likely that while they did not know the location, they also did not know that it was Yin Zhaoge who had done it. Their group had died in vain, but this young man in front of them could still get away with it. At the thought of this, even the young monk, who had a firm heart and a strong will, could not help but feel despair. When I saw him attack earlier, I couldn't see any traces of those lost ultimate arts at all. Yin Zhaoge looked at him calmly. Big monk, it looks like this Yin didn't commit any sins, and there isn't any karmic retribution on me. At the very least, this retribution won't come anytime soon. I have plenty of time to chat with you. Let's see how long you can endure. The young monk snorted as despair filled his eyes. He said defiantly, "Benefactor, don't even think about getting anything from me." As he spoke, a blue-glazed Buddhist light suddenly shone from within his body. The Northern Ocean clone attempted to suppress it, yet discovered that this Buddha light was not a method to resist him, instead acting upon the body of that young monk. Yin Zhaoge's gaze flickered as he immediately pressed a hand against this monk's chest, chaos contained within his palm as he circulated the peerless heavenly scripture, wanting to dispel this Buddha light. However, the Buddhist light did not radiate outwards. Instead, it dimmed within the monk's body. A sense of tranquility flowed out, silent and still. The young monk chanted the name of Buddha in a low voice. Buddha is merciful. From then on, there was no more sound. His eyes were slightly closed, and the light was extinguished. His eyeballs were like clay sculptures. A layer of pale gold appeared on his skin, making him look like a gilded Buddha statue. There was not the slightest bit of aura left on his body. He had actually directly passed away. Yin Zhaoge looked rather surprisedly at the young monk before him as his body gradually collapsed on its own, transforming into a faint golden saraira, which remained silently on the Northern Ocean clone's palm. Oh, it can be said to be a perfect self-destruction. Could it be that it is impossible to obtain any confession from these monks? Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. I wonder if this is something that only Buddhist martial practitioners who have reached a certain level of cultivation can do, or is it possible for all Buddhist martial practitioners of this type to do so? I was a little careless just now. If I had known earlier, I would have left a few more alive. Now, I could have experimented on them one by one. Yin Zhaoge gazed at that saraira. The Buddha light has been completely extinguished, yet is also unable to guide the location of the other Buddhist experts. It looks like this is his final resort. Before all hope is lost, he will not do it. The courage and resolution to end his own life are not something that everyone possesses. Still, it is hard to say for fanatics. Yin Zhaoge sighed, keeping the saraira. He glanced back at Sage Buddha Peak one last time. I can only remember the location of this place. When the time is right in the future, I will return to take a look. Yin Zhaoge was still somewhat concerned about this place. That massive white elephant had already been completely slain by Pan Pan. Meanwhile, Pan Pan had already regained his normal size now as he returned to the Myriad Dragon Palace alongside Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone. Yin Zhaoge analyzed the saraira in his hand. While it has been extinguished, the Buddha light contained within is the same as those Buddhist martial practitioners whom I killed earlier. As the Buddha light entered chaos, it was completely extinguished, unable to remain. Within the Myriad Dragon Palace, Feng Yunsheng looked at Yin Zhaoge. Won't they come looking for us again? Yin Zhaoge said, these Buddhist martial practitioners should be the ones closest to this obscured way world. That monk who committed suicide should be the Buddhist martial practitioner with the highest cultivation base in the vicinity. If other Buddhist bigwigs with stronger cultivation bases are unable to learn of the situation here in time, they should still need some time before they can find their way here. Feng Yunsheng heaved a sigh of relief before asking curiously, from the words of those prime, clear lineage martial practitioners, the peak experts of Buddhism should be able to know that you have killed people here. Still, no one has come even now. Could there be some misunderstanding here? Yin Zhaoge said, that is not the case. The situation that they speak of is real. When you encounter Buddhist opponents in the future, you have to pay special attention to this as well. The reason that the other party did not act after I killed them was that I incorporated some of the faceless devil scriptures techniques when I did so, concealing them and preventing them from transmitting any information. This is a very high-grade devilish art that can throw one's mind into chaos. It should not be cultivated in lightly. Still, since we know that our opponents have special methods now, we have to be prepared. Yin Zhaoge explained, I will impart some of this technique to you in a while. Do not let your foundations be thrown into chaos. Just use it as a method. The faceless devil scripture originated from the faceless heavenly devil, one of the peak great devils of the 9 underworlds, a legendary hegemon of legend. This devilish art was one of the most high-grade devilish martial arts stored within the martial repository of the Heavenly Court's Divine Palace. It was just that the strength of the devilish nature within was unimaginable as it could affect one's mind. Feng Yinsheng and the others all nodded. Ahu smacked his lips. That Miss Gao of the roving Jade Heavens mentioned that the Dragon Spring Emperor is surnamed Long. Yin Zhaoge nodded. Sun Zhongdao once mentioned that the Prime Clear lineage has a rather special legacy that originates from a senior apprentice granduncle of his who is surnamed Long. It should be Miss Gao's granduncle's lineage. It was precisely because he had thought of this that he had suddenly asked this question earlier. The Dragon Spring Emperor, leaving the world beyond worlds and remaining in the roving Jade Heavens, might very well have been voluntary. According to Gao Qing's description, while the Dragon Spring Emperor and the Profound Sovereign were a pair where the woman was strong and the man weak, the husband and wife were extremely loving. With such a foundation of emotions between experts of such a level, how would the Profound Sovereign possibly force her husband to marry into her family and do such a humiliating thing aside from the Dragon Spring Emperor? Of course, from the perspective of the world beyond worlds and the roving Jade Heavens, it would not be wrong to say that the Dragon Spring Emperor was marrying into her family. Still, this was not the same as the concept being different. This emperor was of the world beyond worlds Jade, clear, direct lineage. It was not impossible that one of his descendants had been allowed to return to the world beyond worlds to keep a low profile. It only depended on whether the major figures of the world beyond worlds viewed him as a traitor. To be continued. Chapter 839. In terms of appearance, Lin Hanhua and Gao Qing did not resemble each other much. While they stemmed from the same family a few generations back, they were of 2 different branches at the end of the day, as they were not pure blood relatives. Without knowing that they might be relatives beforehand, it would be very difficult to discover that they were related by blood. Still, after knowing that they were likely relatives, observing them carefully would more or less be able to see some clues. This was not a psychological effect of Yin Zhaoge and the others. Instead, it was the conclusion they had arrived at after carefully comparing the two. At Yin Zhaoge's current cultivation base, if he did not intend to, he would be able to observe down to the smallest detail. I just wonder where the crux of the conflict between the world beyond worlds and the roving Jade Heavens lies. Yin Zhaoge pondered. At the very least, the two sides seemed to have some differences in their attitude towards Buddhism. Ahu now asked, Young master, do we have a way to leave this obscured way world? Yin Zhaoge said, I already have a rough idea. Still, I do not have full confidence in it. Let's give it a try. While he had killed that group of Buddhist martial practitioners and cut off any possibility of them leaking information to the outside world, still, staying here for too long would still be risky. If there was no news of those Buddhist martial practitioners he had killed for a long time, their fellow disciples would grow suspicious sooner or later as they came to investigate. This world was the territory of Buddhism at the end of the day. Their group appearing here would be trespassing, innately instigating hatred. Through his conversation with those Buddhist disciples, Yin Zhaoge vaguely understood. The world beyond worlds and Buddhism likely had some sort of tacit agreement. Just like how descendants of the clear lineage were forbidden from entering the roving Jade Heavens, Taoist martial practitioners were likely forbidden from entering the lands of Buddhism as well. Also, with the lofty future Buddha and Taoist bigwigs either missing or withering away, Buddhism would probably be even more powerful than them. Due to certain reasons and agreements, Buddhism would not invade the world beyond worlds as well as the 8 extremities world, the floating gate world, and the vast ocean world. Still, if Taoist martial practitioners left the circle of protection of the world beyond worlds, they would automatically be deemed to have given up on protection as they would immediately become targets of Buddhism. or rather, targets of illumination. While this obscured way world seemed ordinary, it was actually special. While the Tathagata Buddha had already transcended and the legend of the Journey of the West was already incomparably of ancient times, that five elements mountain or sage Buddha peak was still a unique existence. Even if the Buddhist faction didn't care about this place, they wouldn't ignore it completely. In their words, this was a forbidden area. Since he was still unable to ascend Sage Buddha Peak with his current cultivation base, Yin Zhaoge did not remain here for long. He decided to leave first and memorize the location of this place. When the time was right, he would come back to check it out. Instead, Yin Zhaoge had to think of a way to leave this place and return to the other side of the wall, returning to the world beyond worlds. After all, this was the first time he had experienced something like climbing over the wall. Before this, he had no experience or clues to follow, so he needed to slowly ponder and summarize it. Even though his understanding of spatial changes was deeper than most people's, it would still take a lot of time and experience to figure it out from the beginning. Yin Zhaoge was not in a rush. It would still be some time before Kong Ping, Luo Ziwan, and the others could extricate themselves from the clear scenic region in the world beyond world's Royal Reed Sea. If there were no major accidents, the situation was still very stable. The only thing that Yin Zhaoge was rather concerned about was whether the Southern Exalt Zhuang Shun would make any major moves. Currently, as Yin Zhaoge was walking on Buddhism's territory, he was researching on the method to return to the other side of the wall. At the same time, he was also understanding Buddhism's current situation. After leaving the obscured way world, Yin Zhaoge visited quite a few other Buddhist worlds. Time flowed unceasingly. More than half a year passed just like that. Young master, if we had known this earlier, we would have first gone to the roving Jade Heavens with those prime, clear lineage martial practitioners. I believe that it would have been much easier to return to the world beyond worlds from the roving Jade Heavens then. Having left yet another Buddhist world, Ahu could not help but sigh emotionally. If we had left like that, we would have long since returned to the world beyond worlds by now, right? Yin Zhaoge smiled nonchalantly. Time is pressing. With the situation being so tense, it would naturally be best to return as soon as possible. Now that we have plenty of time, we might as well make use of this rare chance to understand more about this place. He said casually, most so-called miraculous foresight is established on the basis of information and intelligence reports, on the basis that the situation between us and the enemy is not equal. Sharpening the axe will not delay the work of cutting firewood. If we spend some time now and accumulate some experience, we might be able to use it in the future. Yin Zhaoge paused for a moment before continuing. Moreover, the roving Jade Heavens is a world where descendants of the prime, clear lineage have passed down their legacies. It might not be a paradise in the immortal realm. Ahu scratched the back of his head. Young master, I actually feel that it is probably more comfortable there than in the world beyond worlds. You see, the world beyond worlds does not even tell the mid- and low-level martial practitioners about the existence of Buddhism. Even experts like Pavilion Lord Gu of the North Sea Sword Pavilion, Chief Gongsun of Copperman Island, and Chief Zhou of the Dim Darkness sect seem not to know about it. Only major figures like the exalts of 10 territories at the very least would know about the current affairs of Buddhism. Ahu grinned. Buddhism erases traces of Taoism in order to gather the power of faith. The world beyond worlds also does not need to do so. At the end of the day, it is everyone sweeping away the snow in front of their door, not wanting to attract trouble. Yin Zhaoge said, you are right. Still, everyone thinks differently. In the great calamity that year, Taoism fell into decline. Buddhism should definitely be involved in this. The descendants of the prime clear lineage have much to say about this, being unyielding and unyielding. Meanwhile, the world beyond worlds chose to dilute their hatred, seeking stability and recuperation. Yin Zhaoge shrugged. Still, it is undeniable that Buddhism is currently powerful. If they were to clash head-on with them, like the roving Jade Heavens, they would naturally be at a disadvantage. Through the conversation between Fu Ting and Gao Qing, we can basically know that the current strength of the world beyond worlds should surpass that of the roving jade heavens. This is not to say that the roving jade heavens choice was unwise. Instead, everyone has their own beliefs, which they follow through with no one being right or wrong. Ahu smiled, that is so. Still, the roving jade heaven stance is more in line with my temperament. It is also more in line with my temperament, Yin Zhaoge shrugged. Still, the waters are deep here. The conflict between the world beyond worlds and the roving jade heavens likely does not lie merely in a conservative or radical manner. As Yin Zhaoge said this, he sat in the meditative position within the myriad dragon palace. Streams of dragon chi were congregated within his body, a faint medicinal fragrance even emanating from the pores of his entire body. Yin Zhaoge's true essence was currently completely retracted, not being visible on the outside. There is only the faint silhouette of a human flickering within his pupils. Numerous profound runes were inscribed on the surface of this human silhouette of light. To be continued. Chapter 840. The light faded from Yin Zhaoge's pupils as they regained their calm. He stood up from the ground once more. Yin Zhaoge's movements were very peaceful, not emanating any power at all. Still, accompanied by this movement of his, the entire myriad dragon palace shook. The vast space outside the palace seemed to shake along with it as well. While Yin Zhaoge's movements seemed ordinary, there seemed to be a feeling of returning to simplicity within. Accompanied by his will, numerous profound patterns of light instantly surfaced on the surface of his entire body. A powerful, blazing aura that caused one's heart to tremble surged from every single one of Yin Zhaoge's acupoints. The light on Yin Zhaoge's body was bright at times, whilst dim at others, resembling the numerous flickering stars in the night sky. Within the myriad dragon palace, Feng Yunsheng, Ahu, and Xiao Ai all halted their cultivation, clicking their tongues in wonder as they looked at Yin Zhaoge. Xiao Ai propped her cheeks with her hands, her mouth agape, as she only sighed in admiration after a while. Young master, you have clearly yet to break through space and see true divinity. Why does it feel like you have already refined an internal universe of your own? Yin Zhaoge smiled. An illusory yet still unreal internal universe. There were peak martial arts, an oceanic amount of pills from the profound sky purple gold furnace, as well as many treasures that he had accumulated previously. With all these factors working in tandem, Yin Zhaoge himself had successfully advanced further today. Qi and blood, fleshly body, soul, thoughts, martial true intent, all merged as one, becoming indistinguishable from one another. The third level of the martial saint realm, the late merging avatar stage. The path of cultivating the three pure Daos was much harder than other martial Daos. Still, as soon as he took a step forward, Yin Zhaoge's strength would similarly experience a massive increase. He exhaled deeply, the radiance flickering on his body instantly vanishing as that domineering, shocking aura was retracted as well. Yin Zhaoge stretched his muscles, done. He waved his hand, the internal crystal furnace flying before him. Yin Zhaoge clapped on the internal crystal furnace, its lid opening as a streak of purple light flew out from within. A dark green bamboo cane lay quietly within the internal crystal furnace. Besides the lustrous purple light flickering on its surface, there was nothing special about it all. Carefully appraising the bamboo cane, Yin Zhaoge smiled, closing the lid once more. He walked out of the great hall and sat on Pan Pan's head. He gazed at the chaotic space before him, recording the changes within as he unceasingly analyzed them. For Gao Qing and the others to be able to return to the roving jade heavens so quickly, it shouldn't be just because they were instructed by their seniors before they left the roving jade heavens and knew what to do in such a situation. Yin Zhaoge pondered. The roving jade heavens themselves should have their own unique characteristics. Gao Qing and the others are very confident that once they enter the roving jade heavens, it will be difficult for the Buddhists to track them. Or, if they bring them into the roving jade heavens and kill them, it will be difficult for the Buddhists to discover them. This should be because of the uniqueness of the roving jade heavens, and not because of the profound sovereign or the dragon spring emperor. This might be because the world itself was special, or it might be because there was some kind of treasure buried and suppressed in the roving jade heaven all year round. As Yin Zhaoge pondered, he analyzed the changes in the space before him, searching for a way to return to the other side of the wall. In the following days, Yin Zhaoge's life was spent between cultivation and searching for a path. Within the myriad dragon palace, Feng Yunsheng and the others were supported by numerous elixirs, miraculous medicines, resources, and treasures as they cultivated wholeheartedly. The passage of time was unknown within the mountains as another half a year quickly passed. One day, after unceasing projections, Yin Zhaoge gradually formed a plan within his heart. His eyes grew brighter and brighter as he suddenly leapt up, extending his finger and writing within the air. Pan Pan halted, the Northern Ocean clone exiting the myriad dragon palace as well, coordinating with Yin Zhaoge as they wrote one rune after another amidst the darkness of space. After a long time, when the glowing runes filled the air, surrounding Yin Zhaoge and the others, Yin Zhaoge stopped. The dense glowing runes revolved and converged amidst space, gradually forming a massive vortex. At the bottom of the vortex, space distorted. It was no longer dark, as it instead emanated bright, indescribable radiance, which virtually illuminated the surrounding space. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin. Yes, this is the first time I've used this method. It is still not perfect enough. The disturbance it has caused is rather big. There is still room for improvement. It can still be simplified further. As he muttered, Yin Zhaoge returned to the top of Pan Pan's head before lightly patting the big fella beneath him. Let's go. Pan Pan roared, his four claws galloping as he carried the myriad dragon palace, and Yin Zhaoge along as he shot headfirst into the infinite radiance at the bottom of that vortex. When the radiance dissipated once more, dark space reappeared before Yin Zhaoge's eyes. There seemed to be no difference from the scenes from earlier, causing one to easily suspect whether they were still stuck in the world of Buddhism. Still, Yin Zhaoge knew that he had already successfully returned to the other side of the wall, returning to where he had originally been, the world of Taoism, where the world beyond worlds and the eight extremities world were located. Having returned to this side, it would be much easier to return to the world beyond worlds. Still, the act of flipping the wall was still somewhat affected somewhat. While he had returned to this side, the space where Yin Zhaoge resided was folding and overturning unceasingly, producing various wrinkles that made it very hard for him to directly return to the southeastern Yang heaven territory according to the signs he had left behind in the world beyond worlds. Yin Zhaoge did not panic as he drifted along with the flow, finding a wound of the sky before entering it. When he finally saw the green sky of the world beyond worlds after traversing the wound of the sky, he felt rather gratified. Feeling the flow of time in the world beyond worlds and comparing it to the flow of time when he had been drifting through space earlier, Yin Zhaoge nodded satisfactorily. It is not much different from what I had calculated earlier. Still having a lot of time, Yin Zhaoge began investigating where he had ended up this time. Yin Zhaoge quickly found a place with people in the vicinity, going over to ask about it. The world beyond worlds was really too big. While it had a common language, there were also many different accents and dialects due to the differences in geography. Yin Zhaoge spent some time to ascertain where he was currently. It was where the northeastern sky heaven territory intersected with the eastern vast heaven territory. There was still quite a distance to travel from the southeastern blazing heaven territory, as he would have to head south and traverse the entire eastern vast heaven territory. Yin Zhaoge was not concerned about this as he directly set off. Still, just as he was about to move, his footsteps slowed. Yin Zhaoge's gaze involuntarily fell on a person in the distance. It was a skinny young man who was handsome to the extreme and had an outstanding demeanor, as he was an unforgettable sight to onlookers. While he did not intentionally reveal it, he did not intentionally conceal it either. His cultivation base was rather outstanding, as he was already at the third level of the martial saint realm, the late merging avatar stage. From Yin Zhaoge's discernment ability, This person should only be a step away from the fourth level of the martial saint realm. Still, this was not the reason why Yin Zhaoge halted. What he was concerned about was that besides the difference in gender, this man's appearance was completely the same as Sikong Qing's. Another Sikong Qing. To be continued. Chapter 841. Yin Zhaoge had encountered a similar situation in the Eight Extremities world that year. It was a man called Ouyang Qi who looked just like Sikong Qing, disguised as a man. Still, it was indeed an actual man. With this precedent, Yin Zhaoge knew that it was not just limited to females like Sikong Qing, as there was a possibility of meeting males as well. Yin Zhaoge appraised the other party. This person should be similar in age to Yu Baoqi of the southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's Royal Reed Seas North Seashore Pavilion. Their cultivation and strength were higher, most likely because they came from different sections. Yin Zhaoge's gaze fell on this person's clothes. He was garbed in green clothes with the pattern of an ancient tree on his sleeves, which had 9 branches. It would have been fine if Yin Zhaoge had not seen it. As he gazed at this pattern, that ancient tree of 9 branches instantly seemed to turn real as its green leaves swayed amidst the wind. That person, however, paid no heed to this because Yin Zhaoge was not the only one paying attention to this pattern. Everyone in the surroundings, whether intentionally or not, inevitably paused as their gazes swept past this pattern. This was because in the Eastern Vast Heaven Territory, this symbol signified a person's identity. Personal disciple of the Eastern Exalt Tao Arena, remote Cloud Mountain's clear light locale. In the vast territory of the Eastern Vast Heaven Territory, people dressed like this could do whatever they wanted most of the time. The patterns on his sleeves were special as they integrated the essence, chi, and spirit of the clear light locale disciple, as well as the martial true intent that the Eastern Exalt had personally imparted to them. Outsiders would be hard-pressed to imitate it. Even if they managed to seize it, it would be very difficult for them to wear it. It was not just the identity of the clear light locale disciple. Everyone's attire was different as well. While this attire was not a sacred artifact or a spirit artifact, it similarly possessed powerful defensive power as it was a rare treasure. This was a secret art unique to remote Cloud Mountain's clear light locale. Everyone in the Eastern Vast Heaven Territory would recognize it. It was no wonder that the personal disciple of the Eastern Exalt had suddenly appeared before them. Yin Zhaoge had never been to the Eastern Vast Heaven Territory before. Still, when he had chatted with Mu Jun and Chun Zhiliang at the Southeastern Yang Heaven Territory's Golden Court Mountain previously, he had memorized many unique local customs and practices of the world beyond worlds. While Yin Zhaoge did not fully understand the special traditions of clear light locale in the Southeastern Vast Heaven Territory, he had still heard of them before. As soon as he saw that man's attire, he had a rough idea. A personal disciple of the Eastern Exalt? The Eastern Exalt was the hegemon of the Eastern Vast Heaven Territory, a figure similar to the Southeastern Exalt Chao, Jia, and the Southern Exalt Zhuangshan. Thinking of this existence, a scene involuntarily surfaced within Yin Zhaoge's mind. Several azure pillars of qi suddenly appeared, and then converged to form a huge divine tree. This divine tree seemed to pierce through the universe, as the aura and power that emanated from it far surpassed that of late immortal bridge martial saints. Back in the dim radiant mausoleum, the Western Exalt and the Eastern Exalt had both made a move as well. It was just that they had been obstructed by the restrictions of the dim radiant mausoleum in the end, losing track of the mausoleum as they had not been able to enter it in the end. While it had only been for a brief moment, the Eastern Exalt's actions had still left some impression on Yin Zhaoge. The profundity of the martial arts he cultivated and the abundance of resources his disciples could obtain were naturally far beyond what the North Sea Sword Pavilion could compare to. It was not surprising that this person's cultivation was higher than Yu Baoqi's, whose talent was similar to hers. The young man who bore a striking resemblance to Sikong Qing didn't pay too much attention to the onlookers as he left the city on his own. Yin Zhaoge's interest was piqued as he secretly followed after him. "Young master, are we going to ambush him and kidnap him?" Ahu had an excited expression on his face. Yin Zhaoge stroked his lower chin, If we can communicate, it would definitely be better to do so normally. Feng Yinsheng could not help but laugh. You mean that if we cannot communicate, we are going to ambush him and kidnap him? Yin Zhaoge said, that will depend on the situation. He is a personal disciple of clear light locale at the end of the day, and this is also the territory of the Eastern Vast Heaven territory. We still don't know if he has fellow disciples in the vicinity. If we really want to make a move, we will first have to familiarize ourselves with the environment and understand the surrounding situation. Xiao AI was rendered speechless. Young master is young master indeed. Others would think about how to befriend disciples of clear light locale in the presence of the Eastern Vast Heaven territory. Young master, you would actually want to kidnap him. Yin Zhaoge shrugged. The wound of the sky that leads to the Eight Extremities world is in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. There is nothing wrong with befriending Golden Court Mountain, giving yourself a stable base of support. Now that we have a base of support, we will be able to move more flexibly elsewhere. Now, Yin Zhaoge laughed lightly. Moreover, kidnapping him is just the worst-case scenario. Who knows, we might even hit it off at first sight. Don't make it sound like I've already made up my mind to kidnap him. While they were both third-level martial saints, the late merging avatar stage. Still, whether it was Yin Zhaoge or the Northern Ocean clone, it would be very hard for the other party to detect them as they followed behind him. This youth headed north, entering the depths of a mountain range. This mountain range was where the northeastern Sky Heaven territory and the eastern Vast Heaven territory intersected. Yin Zhaoge followed for a while longer, his footsteps gradually slowing as he vaguely sensed that there was more than just a single expert up ahead. While he did not fear them, if he continued getting closer, he might be discovered by them. The auras of those people were similar to this youth he was following. They were likely disciples of the Eastern Exalt, descendants of remote Cloud Mountain's clear light locale. This youth who resembled Sikong Qing seemed to have hurried over here to meet up with his fellow disciples. After joining forces, they set off once more, continuing deeper into the mountain range. Yin Zhaoge adjusted the distance between them slightly before continuing to follow them. After traveling for half a day, the other party's speed was not fast, as they did not travel in a straight line. From the looks of it, they seemed to be searching for something. While Yin Zhaoge was curious as well, comparatively speaking, he was more interested in the mysteries of that martial saint youth himself. Just as Yin Zhaoge was about to directly reveal himself and attempt to interact with them, he felt that they had clearly slowed down. A moment later, Yin Zhaoge sensed signs of a dimensional passageway opening up in the distant mountains. These disciples of the Eastern Exalt seemed to have opened up a dimensional passageway that led to some foreign dimension. Yin Zhaoge curled his lips. Some secret dimension? It looks like these clear light locale disciples are here to seek treasures. He followed them, preparing to reveal himself and interact with them. As he neared, he discovered that this place was unusual. The power of dimensions was chaotic as streams of cold wind howled, blowing out from the entrance of the dimensional passageway. Affected by this, the sensory abilities of martial practitioners would plummet greatly, as they would only be able to rely on their five senses, such as sight and hearing, to observe their movements. As a result, the clear light locale martial practitioners guarding the entrance did not immediately see Yin Zhaoge, as they instead chatted amongst themselves. That snow crane has vanished without a trace for a few years already. Now that traces of her have finally appeared, I hope that we can stop her this time. As the other party's voice entered Yin Zhaoge's ears, his pupils abruptly dilated as he instantly halted in his tracks. To be continued. Chapter 842. Yin Zhaoge had originally been prepared to directly appear and greet the other party. Still, upon hearing the words snow crane, he instantly halted. I should not have heard wrongly, right? Yin Zhaoge was expressionless. They mentioned the word snow crane just now, right? While this title, or code name, could also refer to someone else. Still, for Yin Zhaoge, who had always been paying attention to news of his mother, upon hearing these two words, the first thing that came to his mind was naturally Xue Chuqing. The characteristics that the other party had mentioned were also similar to Xue Chuqing's. Yin Zhaoge could not help but pay attention to this. His gaze hardened slightly as he circulated the peerless heavenly scripture, retracting his aura before striding forward once more, secretly approaching the other party. There were a total of 3 people guarding the entrance of the dimensional passageway. One of them was a mid-seeing divinity martial saint, leading the way. Apart from that, there were 2 late merging avatar martial saints. One of them was precisely that youth whose features resembled Sikong Qing's. The 3 of them were clearly in charge of guarding this door, acting as reinforcements while also preventing the target within from escaping. The other clear light locale disciples passed through the dimensional passageway, heading to the other side. That 5th-level martial saint looked like a middle-aged man with a white face and a slight beard, his figure slightly chubby. He was currently saying, "Someone in the vicinity has personally seen her. This foreign dimension should be where she is currently residing." Opposite the middle-aged man, a long-faced youth snorted, "We will definitely be able to stop her this time. I don't believe that she will be able to escape this time. Am I right, Senior Apprentice Brother Lao?" The expression of that white-faced, middle-aged man, Senior Apprentice Brother Lao, was not relaxed. Let's hope so. That snow crane is a descendant of the earlier divine divination technique of the river diagram and Luo inscriptions. Also, her attainments in this art are extraordinarily high. Even when she was still a martial grandmaster or even a martial scholar, she was already rather miraculous. In recent years, she has even neared the level of being able to foresee and avoid danger. Otherwise, she would not have been unable to be stopped after so many years. Senior Apprentice Brother Lao said earnestly, "Still, there is great hope this time." As soon as we received the news, we rushed over, also bringing along a treasure that can conceal the mysteries of the heavens. The horse-faced man sighed. If Master had personally taken action, it would have been a piece of cake. Senior Apprentice Brother Lao shook his head. Master also has his misgivings and people to be on guard against. For example, our neighbor to the north. The place this time just happens to be at the border between our eastern vast heaven territory and northeastern sky heaven territory. What I'm most worried about is that something unexpected might happen. The youth who bore a striking resemblance to Sikong Qing asked, "Senior Brother Lao, why exactly are we pursuing this woman called Snow Crane?" Senior Marshal Brother Lao said indifferently, "Junior Marshal Brother Li Cheng, we will do our best to carry out Master's orders." Li Cheng nodded. "I understand. I'm just curious." Senior Marshal Brother Lao said, "She stole a precious treasure. We need to arrest her and recover the stolen item." As he spoke, his expression suddenly changed, and he turned his head to look to the side. At the same time, a voice sounded, "I wonder what precious item it is." Yin Zhaoga's sudden appearance in front of the 3 caused them to feel a chill within their hearts. Senior Marshal Brother Lao frowned and asked, "Who are you?" Seeing that Yin Zhaoga had come with ill intentions, clear qi had already begun surging about his body. However, Yin Zhaoga arrived as he strode forward after saying those words, arriving before them in an instant. It was not just Yin Zhaoga himself. The Northern Ocean clone had also appeared, resembling a streak of light. It was unknown whether the other side had reinforcements or what the situation was like on the other side of the dimensional passageway. Yin Zhaoga wanted to interrogate them. Not wasting any time, he attacked with all his might, ending the battle as quickly as possible. Very quickly, the 3 opponents were all subdued. Yin Zhaoga gazed at the entrance of the dimensional passageway before him. That horse-faced youth asked unresignedly, "Do you know what you are doing?" Senior Marshal Brother Lao said sternly, "Who are you? We should not have met before. Did you have a grudge with my cloud, Mist Mountain's clear light locale? There is no need to introduce yourself. While I do not roam the eastern vast heaven territory, I still recognize your sex insignia." Yin Zhaoga said nonchalantly, "As for what I'm doing, it is not important. I'm more concerned about what you are doing." Li Cheng's gaze also fell on the entrance of the dimensional passageway before he turned to look at Yin Zhaoga. "You have come for the Snow Crane as well? Are you an old acquaintance of hers, or have you come to capture her as well?" Senior Marshal Brother Lao carefully gazed at Yin Zhaoga's face, his expression suddenly changing greatly. "You? Yin Zhaoge said casually. You have too many questions. Saying thus, Yin Zhaoge directly detained the three of them before directly entering the dimensional passageway together with the Northern Ocean clone. Traversing the spatial passageway, the chaotic flows of space intersected before them as it was a world of many colors. After a while, the scenery before them returned to normal as it suddenly opened up. What appeared before Yin Zhaoge's eyes was a world with beautiful scenery. The environment of this foreign dimension was rather good. This mother of mine is really like father and Xiao AI said, being rather particular about the quality of life. Ah. Yin Zhaoge thought as he felt the flow of spiritual qi within this foreign dimension, searching for his target. Still, before he could get a clear grasp of the situation, a powerful light suddenly lit up in the distant horizon. A thick pillar of light shot into the skies before the terrifying light of thunder began expanding into the surroundings, looking like it wanted to envelop the entire foreign dimension. However, before it could even approach Yin Zhaoge, a few streaks of thunder also arose there as the two sides clashed intensely. Yin Zhaoge frowned, hastening forward. Now, however, he suddenly discovered that there seemed to be something wrong with Li Cheng, whom he had just captured. The youth who had originally been attempting to struggle free of the cage was suddenly dazed for a moment. When he regained his wits, a pained look appeared on his face, confusion and confusion intermingling within his gaze. While he was worried about the situation in the distance, Yin Zhaoge was still taken aback as he discovered this situation. A rune had clearly surfaced on Li Cheng's forehead on its own. This rune was precisely that of Sikong Qing and others who were similar to her, male or female, each of them having one. While they were connected to each other, they were all different runes. Yin Zhaoge had already seen Li Cheng's rune before, but that had been the result of him concentrating on observing it with his cultivation base. Now, however, this rune had surfaced on its own as everyone could clearly see it. Yin Zhaoge had never seen Sikong Qing and the others in such a situation before. And looking at Li Cheng's current appearance and expression, this was clearly not something that he had done voluntarily, instead being a passive reaction to some external stimulus. What had caused this? Have you ever experienced a similar situation before? Yin Zhaoge asked anxiously. Li Cheng let out a pained groan. No. Yin Zhaoge abruptly raised his head, gazing into the distance. The few streaks of thunder in the periphery most likely originated from disciples of Clear Light Locale. However, since this was the first time something like this had happened to Li Cheng, it should have nothing to do with those of his lineage whom he often met. What had caused Li Cheng's current change was likely that majestic pillar of light that shot into the sky at their center. And that pillar of light was very likely the handiwork of his mother, Xue Chuqing. To be continued. Chapter 843. His mother, Xue Chuqing, was related to Sikong Qing, and these people who were similar to Sikong Qing? Yin Zhaoge suddenly recalled that when he had first met Sikong Qing that year, the two of them had still only been living and growing up in the Eight Extremities world. None of them had ever been to another world with a different flow of time. At that time, everyone's age could be calculated according to the time of the Eight Extremities world. At that time, he was about 4 or 5 years older than Sikong Qing. According to the time of the Eight Extremities world, around a year or so before Sikong Qing had been born during Yin Zhaoge's childhood, Xue Chuqing had disappeared and left. It's not a coincidence, Yin Zhaoge muttered to himself. Of course, Xue Chuqing and Sikong Qing were not related by blood. However, Sikong Qing's abnormality was very likely related to Xue Chuqing. Because time flowed differently in the various worlds, including the world beyond worlds, Sikong Qing, Yu Baoqi, Li Cheng, and the others were of different ages now. However, if the time of the various worlds was converted to the time of the Eight Extremities world, the ages of these people would virtually be exactly the same. Yin Zhaoge did not cease in his footsteps as he sped towards the place where the light of thunder had collided. In the distance, the enormous pillar of bluish-purple lightning was pressing against the several enormous balls of azure lightning around it. Numerous terrifying lightning snakes darted through the void, almost turning the entire foreign dimension into a sea of lightning. The pillar of bluish-violet lightning finally weakened and shrank towards the center. Yin Zhaoge's gaze flickered. It seems to be some sort of formation. A few giant green balls of lightning formed a barrier that locked the bluish-purple pillar of light in the middle. When the bluish-purple pillar of light was gradually worn down, the green balls of lightning began to shrink. As Yin Zhaoge neared, he could see that within each green ball of thunder was a green-clothed martial practitioner. On the sleeves of these green-clothed martial artists, there was an ancient tree with 9 branches. It was precisely the mark of a personal disciple of the Eastern Exalt's lineage in the Eastern Vast Heaven Territory's remote Cloud Mountains clear light locale. As for the bluish-purple lightning pillar, its scale had shrunk, and its power was gradually exhausted. Only arcs of lightning were left in the air. The ground below had already been destroyed by the lightning, and its original landform could no longer be seen. Only a huge formation pattern remained, flashing with purple light. However, it was also gradually dissipating. The surroundings were filled with berserk lightning essence energy, forming a terrifying magnetic force that enveloped heaven and earth. It greatly affected one's perception. Yin Zhaoge exerted his eyesight to the fullest, scanning his surroundings. He did not discover anyone concealed in the vicinity, nor did he discover any place where someone could hide. The lightning essence contained the aura of death. This meant that someone had died in the thunderstorm just now. It can't be that Mother would rather die than be captured and choose to perish together with us, right? The corners of Yin Zhaoge's mouth twitched. I'm more willing to believe that she had already fled, leaving behind a trap here for those who came to capture her. Sure enough, someone shouted angrily. She still got away. You've already prepared a treasure that can conceal the heavenly secrets. How could you know that we're coming? Could it be a spy? Gazing over carefully, Yin Zhaoge saw that there were a total of 4 people here. One was a late-seeing divinity martial saint. One was a 5th-level martial saint, and 2 were 4th-level martial saints. Aside from them, the other clear light locale disciples who had come to capture Yin Zhaoge had clearly all perished due to the thunderstorm trap earlier. If not for the fact that these 4 people had reacted in time and possessed great strength, they would probably have suffered greatly as well. Even though they had already made the correct response within the shortest amount of time, they had still been hard-pressed to protect their fellow disciples whose cultivation bases were slightly lower. The group of clear light locale martial practitioners was flustered and exasperated. Now, sensing someone suddenly approaching from behind, they hurriedly turned over. Seeing Yin Zhaoge, they were all taken aback. Who are you? Looking at Yin Zhaoge, their expressions gradually changed. One of them was shocked and doubtful as he sent a sound transmission to the other 3. Look at his appearance. Does he resemble that snow crane somewhat? If not for having seen Yin Zhaoge in this unique place and not having tried to connect the 2, they would not have been able to detect anything wrong with him just by looking at him. Yet, suddenly seeing Yin Zhaoge at this time and place, the clear light locale martial practitioners instantly felt that something was wrong. He is at least 40 to 50% similar. Could he be a friend of that snow crane? Considering the age her son? Their gazes all sunk at this moment. That late-seeing divinity martial saint stared fixedly at Yin Zhaoge. Who exactly are you? Why have you appeared here? Yin Zhaoge was still appraising the surroundings, checking for any details that he had overlooked. After a while, having scanned the area a few times and still not discovered anything new, Yin Zhaoge instead heaved a sigh of relief. It seemed like his mother had indeed already left, successfully evading those who were pursuing her once more, as she had even left behind a huge gift for them. Still, Yin Zhaoge could not help but sigh at this, as she had evaded them as well. Still, these pursuers before him might be able to tell him more about his mother. I am surnamed Yin Zhaoge. He regained his wits, smiling as he looked at them. Hearing Yin Zhaoge's name, that late-seeing divinity martial saint and an early-seeing divinity martial saint both raised their brows slightly. You are Yin Zhaoge? Now that Yin Zhaoge's fame had risen in the southeastern Yang Heaven territory, He was no longer a nameless figure in the neighboring Eastern Vast Heaven territory. As the ruler of the Eastern Vast Heaven territory, remote Cloud Mountain's clear light locale had also paid attention to the rising stars and young geniuses who had recently emerged in their neighboring territories. While they had never seen Yin Zhaoge's appearance before, the two clear light locale disciples had clearly heard of his name before. Still, this only caused their gazes to turn even colder, to think that you are actually related to that snow crane. This is truly unexpected. Yin Zhaoge did not deny it, so what? That late-seeing divinity martial saint exhaled slowly, saying in a heavy tone, "All along, that snow crane has seemed to have no relations at all, having little contact with the outside world as well. It has been hard for us to find her whereabouts. With just the slightest hint of a clue, by the time we have caught up to her, it would be like now, her fleeing first." As he spoke, he strode through space towards Yin Zhaoge. "Now, it is different. We finally have a way to deal with her. There is no need for us to constantly chase after her, instead having hope of waiting for her to come knocking on our door of her own accord." Yin Zhaoge smiled, pointing at his own nose. "You want to use me as bait?" A cold light flickered within the middle-aged man's gaze. "She has laid down traps a few times, killing and injuring many of my fellow disciples. Even if we cannot bait her in, taking you down will at least be able to pay with their lives for the deaths of my fellow disciples." Saying thus, he directly pointed towards Yin Zhaoge with a finger. A speck of green light flickered on his fingertip before instantly transforming into a green clump of thunder that was even larger than a mountain peak. To be continued. Chapter 844. The martial art of the Eastern Exalt's lineage at remote Cloud Mountain's clear light locale was known as the longevity martial scripture. It was one of the four imperials of Taoism, a branch of the southern extremity longevity emperor's lineage. Those who cultivated the longevity manual could prolong their lifespan. Their life force was hidden and endless, and their aura was ancient. Quintessential astral chi could give birth to an endless amount of life energy. Plants flourished on misty Cloud Mountain. A great number of rare spirit flowers and spirit medicines could be seen everywhere, as it was renowned throughout the entire world beyond worlds. The Eastern Exalt and the Southeastern Exalt, peak experts who lived next to each other, were both renowned beneath the heavens for their alchemy. The difference was that while the Southeastern Exalt Chao Jie's attainments in the Tao of alchemy were outstanding, this was his personal talent, as there were not many disciples of his lineage who could inherit his legacy in this area. Meanwhile, the disciples of remote Cloud Mountain's clear light locale of the Eastern Exalt's lineage were mostly experts in alchemy and renowned in the Tao of alchemy. In the entire world beyond worlds, the average level of alchemy of the clear light locale disciples was outstanding. This was due to the environment of the misty Cloud Mountain as well as the uniqueness of the longevity manual. However, this did not mean that the successor of the clear light monastery was weak. At that moment, the middle-aged man displayed the E with green lightning finger recorded in the longevity martial manual. With a single finger, a green lightning appeared, instantly covering the sky. Lightning contained the true intent of destruction, and at the same time, it also had the intent of nourishing the growth of all living things and nurturing the creation of a world. After the life force of the wood spirit's cyan splendor was converted, it immediately transformed into the vicious and brutal lightning of destruction. It would have been fine if the middle-aged man hadn't made a move, but once he did, he used his full strength. As his right hand pointed towards Yin Zhaoge, his left hand abruptly extended upwards. A large flag fluttered in the wind. Soon, it turned into a stream of light and rose into the sky. Then, it turned into a heavy rain of light and fell down. Enveloped by this rain of light, Yin Zhaoge's gaze flickered slightly. After experiencing it for a moment, he already had an idea, suppressing me, making me unable to use treasures. The middle-aged man's eyes were cold. This flag was a one-time consumable treasure that they had prepared to deal with Xue Chuqing. Now that Xue Chuqing wasn't here, Yin Zhaoge had appeared. It was a stroke of luck that he was able to make use of him. While Yin Zhaoge's fame had soared, people still had a limited understanding of him. This was especially so for those outside of the southeastern Yang Heaven territory. However, no one dared to overlook the existence of the extreme Yang seal. For a treasure like the extreme Yang seal, while that spirit flag was wondrous, it would not be able to hold it back for too long. Therefore, that middle-aged man ignored the fact that he was a full 3 levels higher than Yin Zhaoge, who was at the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, wanting to end this battle as quickly as possible. The other clear light Taoist temple martial artists also gathered around. Yin Zhaoge did not conceal his age. An expert of the 3rd level of the martial saint realm, as young as him, was already shocking. There were clearly 3 fellow disciples guarding the entrance to the dimensional passageway outside, one of them even being a mid-seeing divinity martial saint. In the end, Yin Zhaoge had still managed to barge in. While it was still unknown what had happened to those 3 fellow disciples, the clear light locale martial practitioners present dared not let down their guard. Yin Zhaoge looked at the clump of green thunder that filled his entire field of vision, completely ignoring it. A figure suddenly appeared in front of him. The figure transformed into a stream of light and punched out, directly shattering the green lightning that was the size of a mountain. It was precisely the Northern Ocean clone who had acted. The Northern Ocean clone's silhouette flickered as he arrived before that 6th level martial saint. This violent punch caused the other party's eyelids to twitch madly. Where did such an expert appear from? This is a martial practitioner at the 5th level of the martial saint realm. How many peak-seeing divinity experts of the 6th level of the martial saint realm could possess such might? They all subconsciously thought, no wonder this person was able to break through the entrance guarded by senior apprentice brother Lao and the others. It was not just due to the power of treasures like the extreme Yang seal. Just as this thought arose within the minds of the other party, even as the Northern Ocean clone made a move, Yin Zhaoge's figure abruptly moved as well. The acupoints of his entire body shook simultaneously, seeming to emanate radiance that resembled numerous twinkling stars amidst the night sky. Seeing this, all the clear light locale disciples were even more shocked than when they had seen the Northern Ocean clone. The acupoints of his entire body have all been refined to see divinity. How is this possible? The next moment, they realized that this was impossible. It is just an illusory internal universe that is yet to truly resonate with the actual universe. Still, before they could truly relax, Yin Zhaoge had already arrived before them with a single stride. He raised a palm, seemingly enveloping the entire sky. Yin Zhaoge first arrived before an opponent of the 4th level of the martial saint realm before descending with a palm. While it seemed like the heavenly broad creed palm, the opponent intuitively believed that he would be able to resist it. That clear light locale martial practitioner of the 4th level of the martial saint realm snorted coldly, placing one hand before his chest and raising the other upwards as he struck out with a palm towards Yin Zhaoge's palm. As soon as this stance was established, a green tree instantly appeared amidst space, towering between the heavens and the earth as it resembled the divine tree that connected to the heavens. Yin Zhaoge's palm descended towards the heavens, the very sky seemingly collapsing. Meanwhile, this green, heavenly towering palm of his was like a pillar that supported the heavens, supporting the collapsed sky once more. Seeing this, Yin Zhaoge was instantly amused. As their palms met, Yin Zhaoge's palm reversed the heavens and the earth, a majestic force that could overturn the heavens and the earth, directly breaking that green tree that connected to the heavens with a single palm. Kacha! A loud, clear, and ear-splitting sound rang out. That clear light locale disciple's arm was directly broken into many pieces. Yin Zhaoge's palm did not cease in the least, as it did not slow down in the slightest as it continued downwards. He suppressed his opponent's palm, forcibly bringing it down upon his head. A bang resounded as his opponent's head was directly smashed apart by Yin Zhaoge's palm, his palm and head both being reduced to a bloody paste. The other clear light locale disciples were rendered wide-eyed and tongue-tied, not having thought at all that Yin Zhaoge would actually be ferocious to such an extent. A 3rd level martial saint, a merging avatar martial saint, directly slaying an opponent of the 4th level of the martial saint realm who had already refined his acupoints to see divinity with a single palm. Their fellow disciple of the 4th level of the martial saint realm had actually been unable to receive even a single blow. A descendant of remote Cloud Mountain's clear light locale was not something that ordinary legacies could compare to. Even the more ordinary disciples of clear light locale would be elites amongst martial practitioners of the same cultivation level in the eastern vast heaven territory, the southeastern yang heaven territory, anywhere else. Yet, they had actually been slain with a single palm by someone who had yet to break through space and see true divinity. While they had heard news from the southeastern yang heaven territory that Yin Zhaoge possessed shocking strength. Still, not having personally clashed with Yin Zhaoge, no one would have thought that he would actually be powerful to such an extent, being so ferocious that it was a complete mess. Everything had happened so suddenly and unexpectedly that the others were not even able to act in time, as they could only watch helplessly as their fellow disciple was slain. Yin Zhaoge's expression was calm. "Capture me? I'm also preparing to capture you. There are some things that I want to ask you." Still, after having finished asking them, Yin Zhaoge did not intend to leave them alive this time. After slaying his first opponent with a single cyclic heavenly seal, Yin Zhaoge strode forward, continuing towards the others. To be continued. Chapter 845. After killing his first opponent with a single palm, Yin Zhaoge turned his attention to the others. While it was said that they wanted to capture their opponents alive and interrogate them, their target was actually just that leader of the 6th level of the martial saint realm. This person obviously knew the most. None of them were able to use their saint weapons, so they could only rely on their own cultivation. After detecting Yin Zhaoge's shocking strength, that middle-aged man of the 6th level of the martial saint realm attempted to attack Yin Zhaoge himself. However, the Northern Ocean clone stood in his way, faster and more ferocious than him, as his continuous attacks left him completely unable to deal with them at all, weary of dealing with them. The expressions of the 3 clear light monastery disciples were unprecedentedly solemn. This Yin Zhaoge, what exactly is going on? Why do I feel like he's even stronger than Supreme Red Lotus Fu Ting? The order in which Yin Zhaoge looked for people was from lowest to highest. After having slain his first opponent, he shot towards another early-seeing divinity martial saint. It was a skinny young man in his 30s. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, a look of fear actually appeared on his face as he turned and attempted to flee. Still, let alone the fact that the legacy of his clear light locale did not specialize in speed. Even if it were 4th level martial saints who were renowned for their speed, there would not be many who could outrun the current Yin Zhaoge. With a single stride, Yin Zhaoge was already behind him. Then, substituting a sword with his finger, he stabbed out, striking right into the middle of the other party's back. The thin young man didn't even make a sound. His body suddenly went limp, and he fell forward, falling towards the ground below. Now, however, the remaining clear light locale martial practitioner of the mid-seeing divinity stage instead charged over rampantly. His palms were in the form of yin and yang, one at the front and one at the back, one empty and one real. Between his hands, a vigorous true essence surged out. Streaks of green energy materialized into towering trees, existing in a point in space, nurturing in this person's palm. Next would begets fire, fire begets earth, earth begets metal, metal begets water, and water begets wood. The 5 elements intertwined, and soon, a sharp golden light, a towering tree, a torrential river, a raging fire, and a towering mountain appeared between the man's palms. As it rotated, the power of the 5 elements strengthened each other, growing together and finally forming a vortex. The vortex continued to draw in and devour the spiritual energy of the 5 elements in the surroundings, and its speed was getting faster and faster. The dense life energy obtained from the longevity martial scripture was poured into this whirlpool. In the next moment, suffocating, boundless, deathly aura arose from within, and its aura was even more shocking. The more five elements spiritual chi the whirlpool gathered, the faster it spun and the stronger the whirlpool became. The stronger the whirlpool was, the more resolute the will of death would be, and the more ferocious the power would be, turning the five elements, reversing life and death. Remote Cloud Mountains Qinghua Monastery's unique skill, the five elements samsara wheel. Yin Zhaoge laughed. Good. He stretched out a finger, and a black and white dot appeared on his fingertip. It turned into a taiji yin and yang fish spinning around. As the void shook, a vast expanse of white qi and black qi appeared at the same time, intertwining and twisting, shifting yin and yang. The dharma and logos of this world seemed to undergo a bizarre change at this moment. His opponent's ferocious palm force of the five-element samsara wheel was instantly unable to land on Yin Zhaoge. Instead, it strangely deviated to the side, its target shockingly becoming his fellow disciple, who was currently clashing with the Northern Ocean clone. That expert of the 6th level of the martial saint realm had already exerted his full strength in clashing with the Northern Ocean clone, as he was unable to divert his attention to pay attention to other changes in the surroundings. This caught him off guard, and he was almost injured by his own five elements wheel of life and death. Fortunately, he was also extremely familiar with this supreme martial art, the five elements samsara wheel. As the death chi neared him, he virtually instinctively executed the five elements samsara wheel as well, reversing his Tao and forcibly turning death into life. Only then was he able to receive this sudden killing blow. However, with this interruption, the Northern Ocean clone instantly made use of this, punching him in the chest, causing him to vomit blood as he stumbled backwards in retreat. Martial practitioners who cultivated in the longevity martial scripture possessed incomparably powerful life force and shocking regenerative abilities. Even if they were injured, they would be able to recover rapidly. This punch of the Northern Ocean clones was still not enough to claim his life. However, the situation, which had already been bad in the first place, grew even worse now. With this middle-aged man of the 6th level of the martial saint realm instantly fell into an irreversible disadvantage against the Northern Ocean clone. While his injuries were recovering, the Northern Ocean clone's attacks were even more ferocious, as they would only worsen his injuries. Meanwhile, the expression of the opponent facing Yin Zhaoge instantly changed slightly as his five elements samsara wheel missed. Yin Zhaoge laughed lightly, forming a sword with his index and middle fingers of his other hand as he stabbed out with another sword. This time, his sword contained the brutal sword intent of the immortal ending sword. This was a sword of the end of extermination, which affected the surrounding heavens and earth as well. The sword intent sent all things between the heavens and earth towards their end. The worse the environment, the more it resembled the end of the world, the more powerful the immortal exterminating four swords would be. His opponent's five elements, samsara wheel, turned life into death as the chi of death was abundant. The solitary chi of death was not a tribulation at the end of the world in the ordinary sense. Even before the end of the world, death could still be everywhere in the world. However, at the end of the world, all life forms would definitely be plunged into misery as they perished. Yin Zhaoge traversed the death chi with his immortal ending sword, his sword intent still being boosted as it grew more and more terrifying. That martial practitioner of the 5th level of the martial saint realm casually willed life and death to be reversed between his palms, once more as he wanted to turn the heavy chi of death back into life. For a martial practitioner of his cultivation base who had been immersed in the five elements samsara wheel for many years, it was not difficult for him to change it at will, as he could accomplish it in an instant without any delay at all. However, Yin Zhaoge was even faster than him. Before the changes in the five elements samsara wheel could occur, Yin Zhaoge had already broken through the seal of his palm force with a single sword, stabbing straight into his chest. That person instantly emitted a tragic groan, blood spurting from his chest. Yin Zhaoge was just about to press on when his heart suddenly jolted. Huh? He's not dead? He suddenly swiveled his head, gazing downwards. That should have been where the corpse of the second clear light locale, disciple whom he had killed earlier, had fallen. With Yin Zhaoge's vision, he was even able to see the corpse of the other party as it fell onto the ground, not moving in the slightest. However, having already begun studying the life creation heavenly scripture, Yin Zhaoge was now growing more and more sensitive to the life force of others. While that corpse was enveloped by the chi of death, a shocking life force was contained within. This person was not dead. At the same time, the other party realized that he had been exposed. The originally unmoving corpse suddenly shot up from the ground, continuing to flee into the distance. I shouldn't have missed just now. Something strange. Yin Zhaoge was expressionless as he directly gave up on that 5th-level martial saint, instead chasing after this 4th-level martial saint. Meanwhile, that 5th-level martial saint did not make use of this chance to flee, as he instead continued to tangle with Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge deflected the attack of the person behind him with an yin-yang finger, descending towards that deserter. That deserter instantly emitted a tragic groan, his figure plummeting to the ground once more. Yin Zhaoge arrived behind him in a single step before raising his palm, striking down with yet another cyclic heavenly seal. Now this thin youth who had feigned death and fled suddenly turned, facing Yin Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal head-on. He abruptly opened his mouth, the bright light of thunder suddenly surging within. The rain of light formed that spirit flag that suffused the area between the heavens and the earth, preventing the use of various treasures, now descended. A purple orb was spat out from this thin youth's mouth, shooting straight towards Yin Zhaoge. To be continued. Chapter 846. As that orb of thunder appeared, Yin Zhaoge instantly knit his brows. He could not be more familiar with the violent, decisive, terrifying light of thunder within, because he himself frequently wielded it as well. One of the 9 heavenly immortal thunders, an instant's thunder. All its power was incinerated in an instant, concentrating all its power into a single strike, instantly unleashing it. This purple orb of thunder before him was clearly formed of a fragment of the eye of the Thunder Emperor. Yin Zhaoge's right eye throbbed slightly as wisps of thunder uncontrollably flickered within. That fragment of the eye of the Thunder Emperor, which had always been hidden within, seemed to be drawn away by an immense force now, wanting to break free of Yin Zhaoge's control and shoot towards the other party. Both being fragments of the eye of the Thunder Emperor, the larger one would automatically attract the smaller and weaker one. The fragment of the eye of the Thunder Emperor that this thin youth had hidden was even larger than the one that Yin Zhaoge possessed. At this moment, the power of the sacred artifact fragment, as well as that thin youth's own power, was being incinerated at full force, instantly erupting. The power contained within had already surpassed that of mid-grade sacred artifacts. The two sides were mere feet apart. An instant's thunder was extraordinarily fast, being an extremely ferocious existence, even amongst the 9 heavenly immortal thunders. At such a close distance, an instant's thunder virtually did not give Yin Zhaoge any time to react at all as it erupted. The rain of light formed of the spirit flag, which prohibited the use of treasures, was not just targeted at Yin Zhaoge. It was similarly effective against these clear light locale disciples. Therefore, no matter how heaven-shaking and earth-overturning they had been all along, they had not used any external objects, as they had fought solely based on their cultivation bases. The other party had made use of this chance when the rain of light was about to disperse, making use of Yin Zhaoge's treasures, not being exposed to suddenly make a move, wanting to catch Yin Zhaoge unawares. How could any of the wretched fear of feigning death or panic of fleeing still be seen on this thin youth's face now? His face was expressionless, his gaze calm, as he had been waiting for this moment. Yin Zhaoge possessed supreme strength. This person had already determined earlier that he would not be Yin Zhaoge's match, just based on his cultivation base. If he wanted to defeat the strong, his only chance would be to stall for time before making use of the instant when the rain of light dispersed to attack Yin Zhaoge with the power of the eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment. An instant's thunder instantly erupted. He was confident that even if Yin Zhaoge could control it as he pleased, he would still not have the chance to use it. All along, Yin Zhaoge had held the upper hand, fighting one against many, killing and injuring the three of them. Even if the rain of light dispersed, they would not think of bringing out weapons like the extreme Yang Seal to assist them at the first possible moment. They would definitely still have to rely on themselves, because it was enough to get rid of these enemies. This thin youth was precisely trying to grab hold of this mentality of Yin Zhaoge's. Earlier, he had feigned death and fled, all for the sake of making a comeback with a sure-kill blow at the final moment. Yin Zhaoge's terrifying cyclic heavenly seal continued mightily descending towards the head of the thin youth. On one side was the flipping sky seal, and on the other was an instant's thunder. Both sides crossed each other and attacked each other's vitals. In an instant, they formed a momentum of mutual destruction. That person had used all of his strength to activate the eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment and was powerless to dodge. Yin Zhaoge's palm slammed down on his head, directly causing his skull to explode. The top of his head caved in, forming a ghastly crater. However, the skinny youth was still alive. Although he was on the verge of death, streams of clear air surged to the top of his head. The longevity martial scripture's rotation of life and death was unleashed at full force at this moment, wanting to convert the death chi into life force and protect his life. A shocking scene occurred. Struck by a cyclic heavenly seal on the head of this thin youth, he actually forcibly managed to hold on. While his head was bleeding and his skull had exploded, he actually managed to hold on and not die. His body was weak as it had never been before, his mind buzzing and chaotic as everything before his eyes darkened, and he was unable to see clearly. The intense pain drove him mad, before he became numb, before the pain continued driving him mad, just like that. However, it was just like this that this person forcibly stepped out of the gates of hell and back into the world of the living. I've succeeded. He opened his mouth. Yin Zhaoge, you didn't expect this, did you? From the very beginning, he had been aiming for this outcome. All of his efforts had not just been for the sake of perishing together with Yin Zhaoge. Beneath such a massive disadvantage, what he had wanted was still to turn defeat into victory, a true victory. He wanted to rely on his own resources to create such a desperate situation. However, he had the confidence to survive and take down Yin Zhaoge's life. Junior Apprentice Brother Xiang, that clear light locale disciple of the 5th level of the martial saint realm, exclaimed in shock, wanting to approach. This thin youth, Xiang Yang, was actually just a breath more than a dead person as he urgently needed his fellow disciple to help him treat his injuries. However, the other party did not come over at all, instead emitting a muffled groan. Xiang Yang's heart shook as he struggled to open his eyes, seeing that even as Yin Zhaoge forced his fellow disciple into retreat, he was still grasping that eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment that had already lost its luster and fallen into slumber. He had not been able to see that when his head had been blown apart by Yin Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal earlier, that terrifying and instant thunder had also arrived before Yin Zhaoge. Now, a strange flow of qi appeared on Yin Zhaoge's forehead, forming a qi mass that resembled chaos. Obstructed by this qi mass that resembled chaos, the violent thunderbolts instantly halted slightly. This pause had already given Yin Zhaoge sufficient time to react. The light of thunder flew out of his right eye, his eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment directly surrendering to the enemy. However, Yin Zhaoge had long since been proficient in an instant's thunder as he could execute it with his own cultivation base, even without the aid of the eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment. The shocking light of thunder erupted from within Yin Zhaoge's eyes as well. An instant's thunder against an instant's thunder. The violent thunderbolts directly exploded consecutively right before Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge's figure now swayed slightly as he had already spun to the other side, perfectly evading the fierce, rushing thunder. This fatal blow of his opponent landed on thin air, no longer being able to strike Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge forced back that clear light locale disciple of the 5th level of the martial saint realm who had wanted to help before reaching out and grabbing the slumbering eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment. His original fragment had already merged with this larger fragment of his opponent's at this moment, the two added together becoming even more massive. Yin Zhaoge looked at Xiang Yang, whose head had caved in, his flesh and blood still mangled and in a miserable state. Xiang Yang stared wide-eyed at Yin Zhaoge. Yin Zhaoge was also looking at him, seeing that despite his severe injuries, the wound on his head was actually slowly healing and recovering at this moment. That shattered skull and blurry flesh and blood were clearly trembling and wriggling. Yin Zhaoge said, "You have the withered wood receiving spring form, right? No wonder you have such powerful regenerative abilities." I've heard people of Golden Court Mountain mention that there is someone at Clear Light Locale called Xiang Yang, the most outstanding expert of the Eastern Vast Heaven Territory's new generation. He possesses the miraculous physique of the withered wood receiving spring form, cultivating in a supreme martial art like the longevity martial scripture, possessing limitless vitality as he is famed for being undying against enemies of the same cultivation level. How rare, being able to personally witness such a rare physique. Yin Zhaoge clicked his tongue in wonder. Sadly, I have never seen what you look like. Otherwise, I would have recognized you immediately. Yin Zhaoge suddenly laughed. I still have to congratulate you. Your famed reputation of being undying against opponents of the same cultivation level can forever be preserved after today. Chapter 847. While Yin Zhaoge was smiling, Xiang Yang and the others all felt a chill run down their spines. His reputation of not dying against opponents of the same cultivation level would be preserved forever. If he were to die today at the hands of Yin Zhaoge, who is a cultivation level lower than him, wouldn't that mean that he would truly never be killed again by opponents of the same cultivation level? Some people might think that since you were able to receive a palm of mine in such a situation, I might as well spare your life. Yin Zhaoge curled his lips. Still, I don't think that way. It will be fine if there are no major conflicts between us. Still, when dealing with enemies, my goal has always been that there is nothing that cannot be resolved with a single palm. If there is, we can just use another palm. With that, he raised his palm, directly executing yet another cyclic heavenly seal. With a bang, the powerless struggling Xiang Yang was slammed into the center of the earth by Yin Zhaoge's palm, not even his bones remaining. Seeing this, that clear light, locale, martial practitioner of the 5th level of the martial saint realm felt helpless as his mouth was filled with bitterness. In truth, besides that middle-aged man of the late seeing divinity stage, Xiang Yang was actually the second strongest expert of their group this time. While his cultivation base was higher, in actual combat, Xiang Yang of the 4th level of the martial saint realm was stronger. As the descendant of the younger generation that the Eastern Exalt thought most highly of, Xiang Yang's potential and status were extraordinary even amongst fellow disciples of Clear Light Locale. While he was not renowned beneath the heavens like the Grand Red Lotus Fu Ting, Xiang Yang was similarly a renowned genius of the entire world beyond worlds. Even as he presided proudly over the Eastern Vast Heaven Territory, experts of other lands were also aware of his name. In terms of attack, defense, speed, and so on, he might not be the strongest. Still, in terms of vitality and recovery speed after being injured, Xiang Yang, who possessed the withered, would receive spring body and cultivated in the longevity martial scripture, could virtually be said to be a peak existence amongst martial practitioners of the same cultivation level. In his past experiences, he had relied on his powerful recovery abilities to forcibly wear down countless experts whose offensive and defensive abilities were superior to his, even bringing down many opponents whose cultivation bases were higher than his. This was also why Yin Zhaoge had not been able to kill Xiang Yang with a single sword when he had feigned death earlier. This was also why he had dared to execute such a risky plan, forcibly taking a blow from Yin Zhaoge's cyclic heavenly seal. Sadly, his killing blow had been dispelled by Yin Zhaoge. However strong his vitality and regenerative abilities were, it would still be impossible for him to quickly recover after suffering a single cyclic heavenly seal from Yin Zhaoge. With that, if Yin Zhaoge unleashed a second palm, Xiang Yang would only be able to close his eyes and await death. He had not been killed by an opponent of the same cultivation level, nor had he been killed by an opponent with a higher cultivation base than him. Instead, he had died at the hands of Yin Zhaoge, who was a cultivation level lower than him. Xiang Yi died with everlasting regret. Yin Zhaoge smiled as he kept that fragment of the eye of the Thunder Emperor that had fallen into a deep slumber. It's even larger than mine. You should have already swallowed and fused with quite a few smaller fragments earlier. You should have spent quite a bit of effort in gathering this treasure. I should be thanking you for saving me quite a bit of effort. He kept the Thunder Orb before turning and lunging towards that middle-aged man of the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm. The other party had already long since wanted to retreat and flee, just that he was helpless that his speed was inferior to the Northern Ocean clones. A bright moon rose in the foreign space. An endless clear splendor sprinkled down on heaven and earth. This time, Feng Yunsheng did not wield the Cold Sun Divine Saber, as she instead wielded the extreme Yin Crown in battle, taking on that clear light locale martial practitioner of the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm for Yin Zhaoge. The roar of a dragon resounded as a light dragon of black and white descended from the solitary moon in the sky, instantly obstructing that clear light locale martial practitioner. Meanwhile, Yin Zhaoge and the Northern Ocean clone moved in unison, causing that middle-aged man of the 6th level of the Martial Saint realm to fall into an even more disadvantageous position. With a rain of light formed of the spirit flags vanishing, everyone being able to wield their accompanying treasures would only be more beneficial to Yin Zhaoge. If not for the fact that he had to capture this opponent who had the highest cultivation base and was likely to possess the most information, Yin Zhaoge would have ended the battle even more quickly. In terms of the style and characteristics of the martial arts they cultivated in, martial practitioners of the longevity martial scripture were exceedingly stable, lacking in initiative. Against such an opponent, Yin Zhaoge would be hard-pressed to end the battle quickly. Still, it would not be hard for him to achieve victory. If it were an opponent like Lin Hanhua or Fu Ting who was at the Seeing Divinity stage, the battle would be very dangerous, as it would be either one of them or the other. Because Xiang Yang simultaneously possessed the Eye of the Thunder Emperor fragment and the Withered would give Spring Body, he was rather special. Compared to his fellow disciples, he had the capital to go all out. It was only Yin Zhaoge who had been able to resolve his meticulously prepared final killing blow without any mishaps. If it were Fu Ting, if she had not been able to draw on the phoenix woven brocade to protect herself in time, she might have suffered a setback. Meanwhile, while Fu Ting was able to defeat an opponent of the 4th level of the Martial Saint realm who cultivated in the longevity martial scripture, it was still insufficient to force Xiang Yang, who possessed the Withered, would give Spring Body into a perilous situation like Yin Zhaoge had. However, if it were Fu Ting who had attained the 4th level of the Martial Saint realm, the Seeing Divinity stage, the threat she posed to Yin Zhaoge would be even greater than that of Xiang Yang. After Yin Zhaoge had successfully suppressed his opponent with the help of the evil sword Tao Dai and the heaven-swallowing, earth-devouring box, he had once again assisted Feng Yunsheng in dealing with that remaining clear light locale martial practitioner of the 5th level of the Martial Saint realm. As the battle neared its end, Yin Zhaoge did not let his guard down. After he had taken care of Li Cheng and the others who were guarding the dimensional passageway entrance, before entering, he had casually set up a small mechanism, leaving in the heavens and earth of the world beyond worlds outside the dimensional passageway entrance. At this moment, Yin Zhaoge acutely sensed that the mechanism he had left behind had vanished. The mechanism had originally been there to serve as a warning. Now, however, it had vanished without any warning whatsoever, as if it had never existed in the first place. It had not been able to inform Yin Zhaoge of any information, nor had it been able to slow or obstruct him in the slightest, as it had simply vanished into thin air just like that. Still, this phenomenon in itself had already informed Yin Zhaoge of many important pieces of information. Someone was approaching with an extremely high cultivation base. The newcomer had not been intending to destroy the mechanism Yin Zhaoge had left behind. Still, just the act of his arrival had caused a change in the heavens and earth around the dimensional passageway entrance, causing the mechanism to be hard-pressed to maintain as it had naturally perished. Someone with such a cultivation base had to be an expert on the level of the Shadow Mountain Sword King Lin Han Hua at the very least. Even if they were not at the same cultivation base, they should at least possess equivalent strength. Considering Lin Han Hua's domineering strength that was unparalleled amongst those at the same cultivation level, the newcomer's cultivation base might be even higher. This was a low estimate. If one were to look up, it could be any level higher. Yin Zhaoge smacked his lips. While I don't want to drift amidst the chaotic flows of space again, if there really is no other way, I can only try again. As he thought this, Yin Zhaoge began setting up a formation within this foreign dimension, which was similar to the prime Earth reversal formation that Qi Wei had previously set up. When necessary, he could make use of this formation to collapse space, forcibly ripping open a spatial crevice within this foreign dimension so that Yin Zhaoge would not have to walk through the dimensional passageway entrance that he had entered from earlier as he left this place. Still, just as Yin Zhaoge was setting up the formation, he felt intense tremors emanating from the entrance of the dimensional passageway. It was not that someone had entered. Instead, a great battle was currently unfolding between the heavens and earth of the world beyond worlds outside the dimensional passageway. The intensity of that battle caused even Yin Zhaoge and the others who were within the foreign dimension to be affected, as it was as though they were being tossed about amidst tempestuous waves. To be continued. Chapter 848. Currently, in the world beyond worlds, deep within the mountains where the eastern vast heaven territory and the northeastern sky heaven territory intersected, the heavens and earth were separated into two different worlds by a formless boundary. To the south of the mountain range, the heavens and earth were all green as streams of clear qi soared into the sky. A towering tree stood tall, its 9 branches extending in all directions, extending into the void. The dense leaves were clearly formed of numerous streaks of green lightning, flickering with dazzling radiance. The vigorous vitality that nurtured the growth of all living beings and the terrifying power that destroyed all living beings appeared at the same time, filling the void. To the north of the mountain range, the heavens and earth were all purple. Other than thunderbolts, there was nothing else. To the north of the mountain range, the heavens and earth were completely immersed in a sea of thunderbolts. There was a figure on the trunk of the ancient tree in the south and the center of the sea of thunderbolts in the north. Their bodies flickered with a seemingly everlasting radiance, resembling the numerous stars in the sky. At this moment, the universe within their bodies perfectly fused with the universe outside their bodies, as if they were one. The universe formed by the human body was like a real starry sky of the universe. The clear qi and the purple thunder clashed unceasingly, extinguishing one after another. Very quickly, new ones were formed, and they were in a stalemate. The purple thunder was more powerful, while the clear qi was reborn faster. Just based on the current stalemate, the two sides were evenly matched. Instead, there seemed to be some similarities between the principles and concepts of the two great experts' powers. A voice resounded from the sea of thunderbolts in the north. You came here personally. Are you determined to exterminate all of us? The figure on the ancient tree in the south said indifferently, if not for so many people secretly conniving, it wouldn't have dragged on until today. Not mentioning that we all come from the same source, just your thoughts and actions alone. Are you going to betray Taoism? A deep rumble resounded from the sea of thunderbolts, shaking the heavens and earth. The figure on the ancient tree said indifferently, how is that possible? The other party pressed on. Then why are you so reluctant to give up? What is your purpose? The voice on the ancient tree said indifferently, I just feel that the earthly sovereign's thoughts are correct, and I'm cooperating and implementing them. The other party was silent for a moment before he said slowly, the earthly sovereign has not expressed anything regarding this matter. Whether what that lass is doing is right or wrong in the long run, we are all clear. From the sea of lightning, a tall figure slowly walked out. This figure had a jade belt around his waist and a purple crown on his head. He was a white-haired old man with a ferocious face and a purplish-red face. With every step he took, it was as if a clap of thunder rang out in the world, causing the space around him to tremble. The boundaries and environment of the world beyond worlds were far firmer and more stable than those of ordinary lower worlds, as they were hard to shake. Being able to cause the environment of the world to be affected to such an obvious degree, the strength of this purple-crowned old man could be seen at a glance. He stared at the 9 ancient trees in the south and shouted in a deep voice, "Retreat." Although this is the border between the two territories, if one were to really calculate it carefully, it is the territory of my northeastern sky heaven territory. The person on the ancient tree didn't seem to be affected at all. His tone was still indifferent. Previously, you were just conniving or secretly helping her. Today, are you openly protecting this woman? The purple-crowned elder's expression did not change. So what if I am? If you don't help your own people, are you going to help outsiders to deal with your own people? If the other party gathers all the heavenly essence stones, neither you nor I might be able to live peacefully. We are the beneficiaries in this matter. Instead of helping, you're going to bite back? As the purple-crowned elder said this, fury had already appeared on his face. The figure on the ancient tree gradually became clear, revealing a middle-aged man with a scholarly appearance. He wore a green, scholarly robe and had an elegant demeanor. He said slowly, "Fortune lies within disaster, and disaster lurks within fortune. While this is correct in the long run, it could immediately bring about a great calamity within a short period of time. Without the present, what future is there to speak of?" The middle-aged man in scholarly robes sighed, shaking his head. That purple-crowned old man said coldly, "It is hard to have one's cake and eat it too. At this time, we can only rely on our hearts. Everyone has their own ideas. No one should force the other. This old man does not care about the matters of the younger generation. That will depend on that lass's own fortune. However, if you want to personally act, you will first have to ask if the saber in this old man's hand agrees." While he did not draw his weapon, nor did he attack, the thunder light around the purple-crowned old man's body had already begun gradually transforming into numerous sabers that seemed capable of severing the heavens and the earth. "It will not be easy for me to defeat you, but it will be even more difficult for you to defeat me. In a fight with me, you can only seek a draw at most." The purple-crowned old man only condensed his saber without unleashing it, but the nearby space-time began to distort. The middle-aged man in scholarly robes said calmly, "We are of the same origin but of different sex, so we know each other very well. In terms of actual combat, I am indeed slightly inferior to you. However, you have shown too much of your edge, which is actually not the proper way. If you want to break through a bottleneck, it will be hard for you to avoid having insufficient strength later on." The purple-crowned old man said, "That's right. You are younger than this old man, but you have already reached the same height as this old man. However, if you want to boast, wait until you truly surpass this old man from behind." The middle-aged man in scholarly robes nodded. "All right, but let me give you a word of advice. You can protect her for now, but you cannot protect her forever. It is fine if you protect her this time. However, if she is left to protect you, the entire northeastern sky heaven territory may suffer a great calamity." Saying so, the middle-aged man in scholarly robes turned and left. That ancient tree of 9 branches that obscured the southern sky also gradually turned illusory, finally vanishing. The purple-crowned old man said calmly, "There is no need for you to worry about what this old man will do next." Even as the middle-aged man in scholarly robes left, he said, "The disciples of my lineage are merely obeying orders. Please do not make things difficult for them." The purple-crowned old man said, "This old man will naturally not make things difficult for them. However, this old man will not care about how the juniors below fight amongst themselves. Those who dare to trespass into my northeastern sky, heaven territory, are asking for whatever happens to them. The figure of the middle-aged man in scholarly robes vanished. The purple-crowned old man stood where he was, treading on space as he remained silent. After a long time, he sighed towards the heavens, shaking his head as he turned and entered the dimensional passageway, arriving in the foreign dimension. After entering, the purple-crowned old man's originally frowning brows relaxed. Still, they quickly knit once more. That lass has already disappeared? Who was it here who battled with those youngsters of the eastern vast heaven territory? His gaze swept over, penetrating through space as it fell directly on Yin Zhaoge. This old man is Lu Jinggu. Who are you? Yin Zhaoge smiled, bowing. I am surnamed Yin Zhaoge. Greetings, Northeastern Exalt. Lu Jinggu, the Lord of the Northeastern Sky Heaven Territory, the Chief of Green Sky Mountain's Grave Thunder Palace, one of the world beyond worlds 10 Exalts, the Northeastern Exalt. Yin Zhaoge? This name sounds rather familiar. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Lu Jinggu's gaze suddenly flickered. Wait, your appearance? Chapter 849. The conversation between the two exalts in the heavens and earth of the world beyond worlds could only be heard by them. Yin Zhaoge would not be able to hear it. Still, facing the northeastern exalt Lu Jinggu was naturally better for him than facing the eastern exalt. After all, judging from the attitude of Li Cheng, Xiang Yang, and the others, it was obvious that the people from the remote Cloud Mountain's clear light locale in the eastern vast heaven territory were not very friendly towards Xue Chuqing. Even her descendants, Yin Zhaoge, would be implicated. While he did not know what the northeastern exalt Lu Jinggu thought of Xue Chuqing, a great battle had erupted outside earlier. From the feeling of being evenly matched, the person fighting Lu Jinggu was at the same level of cultivation as him. Since this was where the eastern vast heaven territory and the northeastern sky heaven territory intersected, it was most likely to be the eastern exalt. Not hesitating to fight, Lu Jinggu's attitude towards Xue Chuqing and Yin Zhaoge was most likely the opposite of that of the eastern exalt. From the looks of it, the northeastern exalt Lu Jinggu was a party that could be trusted and fought over. Of course, he couldn't rule out the possibility that the two parties had colluded to put on a show to win trust. But this possibility was very low. If the words of Li Cheng and the others were true, it would not be difficult for experts on the level of the Eastern Exalt and the Northeastern Exalt to locate Xue Chuqing. Even innate divination wasn't omnipotent. The difference in their cultivation level was too huge. It was harder than ascending the heavens to detect the other party's movements. It was just that peak experts of this level were mutually restraining one another. Therefore, the Eastern Exalt had only sent his disciples out to search for Xue Chuqing's whereabouts. Now that he had personally rushed over, he was immediately intercepted by Lu Jinggu, who was also a paragon. From this perspective, it also proved that the Northeast and the East were not on the same path. Therefore, as Lu Jinggu's gaze suddenly flickered as he appraised Yin Zhaoge's appearance in earnest, Yin Zhaoge smiled very calmly, cupping his hands towards Lu Jinggu once more. My mother is Xue Chuqing, known as the Snow Crane of Kunlun. Perhaps the Northeastern Exalt has seen my mother before, thus feeling that I look rather familiar. Lu Jinggu stared at Yin Zhaoge for a while before he suddenly laughed loudly. Ha! Although she's still a little girl to me, it's not strange for her to have children if she gets married early. I just didn't expect that the little girl from back then had already been a mother for so many years. He wasn't flaunting his seniority. Among the 10 Supremes, Lu Jinggu's age and seniority were on the higher side, let alone Xue Chuqing. Even before Yin Zhaoge's grandmaster, Yuan Jingfeng, had been born, Lu Jinggu had already long since shaken the heavens and the earth, his name having shaken the world for who knew how many years. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, he clicked his tongue in admiration. This old man now remembers where I heard your name before. You indeed have your unique points, not relying solely on treasures like the extreme Yang seal. Still, shouldn't you be over at the southeastern Yang Heaven territory? Yin Zhaoge smiled. I went adventuring and temporarily left the world beyond worlds. arriving in extra-dimensional space. When I returned, I landed in a wound of the sky nearby. Lu Jinggu shook his head slowly. If I hadn't run into you in this foreign dimension, this old man really wouldn't dare be certain that you're related to that little girl, Xue Chuqing. He quickly looked around. Your mother isn't here? Yin Zhaoge smiled bitterly. Before I came here, she had already left. To tell you the truth, I have always been searching for my mother. Lu Jinggu grunted. If she doesn't want you to find her, it would indeed be very difficult for you to do so. Yin Zhaoge probed. I wonder if the Northeastern Exalt knows of my mother's whereabouts? Can you tell me about it? It isn't just me. My father misses her greatly as well. It seemed like this Northeastern Exalt indeed found Xue Chuqing to be very pleasing to the eye, as he was very amicable towards Yin Zhaoge as well. He said rather patiently, this old man doesn't know where she is either. At most, someone told this old man where she is. When this old man went to find her, she was unable to predict or avoid me. From what this old man knows, she frequently changes her location. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, Lu Jinggu finally sighed. It might be that she doesn't miss you. Still, she's unable to see you. Otherwise, you would not have been able to live in peace for so many years. She's still unable to use divination to divine you and your father, or even those related to you. Some people who are looking for her are similarly proficient in divination, proficient in finding mysteries within as they specifically wait to find clues in this area. That last doesn't count you. Unless those who are looking for her come into direct contact with you, it will be hard for them to know of your relationship with her. Yin Zhaoge nodded. He had also heard of divination techniques before. He asked, Are there many people looking for my mother? The purple-crowned old man chuckled. That's right. It isn't just those from Clear Light Locale. Many others are looking for her as well. Still, Clear Light Locale is more persistent. After glancing at Yin Zhaoge, Lu Jinggu smiled. Killing so many of Clear Light Locale's disciples this time, you are really vicious and powerful. Yin Zhaoge asked softly. They slander my mother for stealing a treasure. That is why they are pursuing her. Lu Jinggu said, Since you have already used the word slandered, this old man has no need to speak further on this. Yin Zhaoge asked, Then, may I ask the Northeastern Exalted why are so many people searching for my mother? Lu Jinggu did not answer this time, as he just said, Ask her yourself when you see her. If she feels that she can tell you, you will naturally know. The lofty Northeastern Exalt actually had an extremely secretive attitude towards this matter. Even as Yin Zhaoge felt rather shocked, he also felt more interested in this matter. Still, alarm bells also rang out in his heart. This matter was most likely not minor. Meanwhile, this matter might be related to Xikong Qing, Yu Baoqi, and Li Cheng. Yin Zhaoge's expression did not change as he thought, while the Eastern Exalt has even accepted Li Cheng as his disciple. From the looks of it, even the Northeastern Exalt and the Eastern Exalt are still unaware of the relationship between junior apprentice sister Xikong and my mother, not connecting the two sides. The Eastern Exalt should have long since discovered the runes contained within Li Cheng. Still, you might have lacked similar people on hand. Even if numerous runes were gathered together, it would still be hard to explain the meaning contained within them, let alone when there was only one or two of them on hand. Since the Northeastern Exalt was unwilling to discuss the reason, Yin Zhaoge did not continue harping on this topic. I wonder if the Eastern Exalt was also here just now? Yin Zhaoge asked. Lu Jinggu said, That's right. Still, this old man has already persuaded him to leave. I have caused trouble for you, Northeastern Exalt. This Yin thanks you on behalf of my mother, Yin Zhaoge said. Back at Golden Court Mountain, Yin Zhaoge had heard Mu Jun, Chen Zhiliang, and the others mention this before. The Northeastern Exalt and the Eastern Exalt were actually of the same lineage. Both of them could be considered to have obtained a portion of the direct lineage of the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor of the Four Imperials of Taoism. Lu Jinggu smiled. You don't have to worm things out of this old man. There is no harm in telling you about this. Your mother's lineage is of the same lineage as this old man and Clear Light Locale. Your mother's lineage was once filled with experts who were even more powerful than the other two lineages. Chapter 850. The Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor was also known as the Jade, Clear, True King. His full title was the Exalted Divine Sky, Jade, Clear, True King Longevity Emperor, unifying the heavenly origin, Sage, Heavenly Lord. He was one of the four imperials of Taoism alongside the Purple Tenuti Polaris Emperor and the Earth Queen. He was one of the peak figures of Taoism. He was not the old longevity god or the Southern Extremity old man. Instead, he was the Lord of Divine Thunder who controlled the weather of the four seasons and could summon the wind and rain, controlling ghosts and gods of thunder and lightning. Therefore, he was also known as the Lord of Thunderbolt Assistance, Heavenly Lord. The longevity scripture of the eastern vast heaven territories, remote cloud mountains, clear light locale, and the northeastern sky heaven territories, clear sky mountains, grave thunder palaces, divine sky true art, were both of the direct lineage of the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor. Therefore, it was said in the world beyond worlds that the lineages of the Northeastern Exalt and the Eastern Exalt were of the same lineage. It was just that their views differed on many issues, as their relationship was not usually harmonious. What Yin Zhaoge cared about was that it was rumored that the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor was also proficient in the life creation heavenly scripture of the 10 primordial heavenly scriptures. Connecting this with how the Northeastern Exalt Lu Jinggu was so familiar with his mother and how the Eastern Exalt did not seem unfamiliar with her, Yin Zhaoge could not help but guess. Meanwhile, Lu Jinggu very straightforwardly confirmed Yin Zhaoge's guess. Speaking of Xue Chuqing's master, Lu Jinggu's expression turned rather solemn. Your mother's great-grandmaster was one of the Kunlun 9 luminaries, the Exalted Wood Luminary. Yin Zhaoge muttered to himself, "Is that so?" The whereabouts of the Exalted Wood Luminary had always been a mystery. While it was said that he had perished, it had never been verified. Rumors of this major figure were rather rare in the world beyond worlds. This was the first time Yin Zhaoge had heard someone mention him of his own accord. It was just that he had never thought that his mother was actually the descendant of this major figure. Lu Jinggu continued, "Many years ago, there were actually not 5 emperors in the world beyond worlds. It was just that few people knew of one of them. He was the disciple of the Exalted Wood Luminary and your mother's grandmaster." After hearing this, Yin Zhaoge secretly pulled back the corners of his mouth. This sounds like an existence similar to a dark history. The fact that few people knew about venerable sovereigns actually meant one thing. The other top figures, namely the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors, did not approve of his existence. At least, most of the 3 sovereigns and 5 emperors did not approve of his existence. Connecting this to Xue Chuqing's current situation, it was very likely that they were of the same lineage, or even that they were in a predicament because of the same reason. Now that he thought about it, it was not without reason that Lu Jinggu had been so secretive about the reason why Xue Chuqing was being pursued. At this point, Yin Zhaoge wanted to verify an earlier guess. Senior, was my mother's grandmaster on very good terms with the dim Radiant Emperor that year? After glancing at Yin Zhaoge rather surprisedly, Lu Jinggu slowly nodded. That's right. Yin Zhaoge's gaze was rather deep and distant. He suddenly thought of the mysterious death of the dim Radiant Emperor Yin Tianxia and the decline of the dim Radiant sect that year. Could it be related to his mother's lineage? This was because Yin Tianxia had become too deeply involved with the dim Radiant sect, crossing certain boundaries. Back then, Yin Zhaoge had thought that the dim Radiant sect would be conquering extra-dimensional space in a place like the 9 underworlds. Still, after learning of the existence of the Wall, and knowing that Buddhism still existed, Yin Zhaoge could not help but consider that he might have oversimplified things back then. Still, if it was a problem with Buddhism, what was the Northeastern Exalt Lu Jinggu worried about? While the world beyond worlds was not like the roving Jade Heavens where everyone knew about the existence of Buddhism, Lu Jinggu definitely knew about it. Yin Zhaoge probed, "May I ask if this is related to Buddhism, Northeastern Exalt?" Lu Jinggu glanced deeply at Yin Zhaoge, chuckling, "You really know quite a lot. Still, this shouldn't have been told to you by that girl, right?" Yin Zhaoge answered candidly. "When I left the world beyond worlds earlier and traveled extra-dimensional space, I inadvertently flipped over that wall. arriving in a world of Buddhism known as the Obscured Way world. Lu Jinggu nodded before shaking his head. You guessed wrong. It has nothing to do with those thieving baldies. Looking at Yin Zhaoge, he said, do not try to get information out of this old man. This is for your own good. The purple-crowned old man's expression did not look like he was joking at all. Yin Zhaoge narrowed his eyes, saying solemnly, I will remember it. Lu Jinggu nodded approvingly. This old man knows that you have many doubts. Still, as I said earlier, if you are able to meet your mother one day, you can ask her yourself. If she feels that she can tell you, you will naturally know. Yin Zhaoge asked, Senior, how are my mother's grandmaster and master or the other seniors of her lineage now? Lu Jinggu shook his head. They have a single lineage. Your mother's master has already perished. As for her grandmaster, he has not appeared in this world for many years. This old man is also unable to contact him. He might already be dead, or he might be in some heavens and earth outside of the world beyond worlds. Anyway, he was definitely not in the world beyond worlds. Otherwise, Xue Chuqing would not have to hide all over the place like this. He glanced at Yin Zhaoge before continuing. Those whose cultivation bases surpass the martial saint realm and above can freely traverse and remain in the lower worlds, ignoring the rejection of the power of dimensions. Yin Zhaoge nodded slightly. So that's how it is? Lu Jinggu asked. From the looks of it, besides killing some clear light locale disciples, how many have you captured as well? How are you going to deal with them? Yin Zhaoge smiled. Even if I had not made a move at the start, not killing a single one of them, due to my mother, everyone would still be enemies rather than friends. Now that I've killed a few of them, there's no need to leave the rest alive. It doesn't matter whether I kill them or send them off with good food and drinks. Since that's the case, I'll naturally give them a quick death. Yin Zhaoge spread his palms apart. In capturing them, I originally wanted to ask them some things. Still, you've already told me all that I want to know. If you do not tell me, it is impossible for them to know. There is also no point in keeping them alive. Lu Jinggu chuckled strangely. Good fella, no wonder you were able to cause such a huge disturbance. He asked, where do you intend to go next? Back to the eastern Yang Heaven territory? Yin Zhaoge answered, that is indeed my intention. Lu Jinggu pondered for a moment before saying, forget it. This old man will send you on a trip. Otherwise, you will have to pass through the entire eastern vast heaven territory. No one knows about the situation here now. Still, as soon as it is leaked, clear light locale will naturally not remain indifferent. Also, the eastern vast heaven territory is their territory at the end of the day. The relationship between you and that last Xue Chuqing should be kept a secret for as long as possible. Saying thus, Lu Jinggu waved a hand, bringing Yin Zhaoge and the others along and flying into the skies. While the martial arts they cultivated and were different, they all originated from the lineage of the Southern Extremity Longevity Emperor that year, as many things were similar. This lineage of martial arts contained both life force and killing intent, the chi of life force and violent thunderbolts. Taking in everything was the right way. Lu Jinggu and the martial practitioners of Grave Thunder Palace of Green Sky Mountain were mostly inclined towards being tough and ferocious, as this actually went against the normal principles of their lineage. It was easier to encounter bottlenecks in the advancement of one's cultivation base, making it harder for one to break through. Still, it was precisely because of this that Lu Jinggu's personal strength was exceptionally powerful. With him sending them off, even if they encountered the Eastern Exalt in the Eastern Vast Heaven territory, Yin Zhaoge would not have to worry about him unless Lu Jinggu went to trample on remote Cloud Mountain. To be continued.